Good morning. Labour's Chagos Islands deal is thrown into chaos.
The incoming president, Donald Trump, has stepped in to stop Starmer signing away that all-important territory.
Well, as a new era gets underway, they're calling it Trump Take Two.
Millionaires are fleeing Britain over Labour's tax plans, prompting concerns that that is going to damage the economy.
A row breaks out over triple lock pensions. Is number 10 right to refuse to rule out future means testing? We're debating that this morning.
Farm tax furore. MSPs join the revolt as fears grow for the future of the family farm as we know it.
Here's one for you. How often do you actually use your landline? If you've got one, well, there are big changes coming. Stay tuned to find out when the big switch off is happening.
Use a landline?
No, I don't use mine.
Wait,
I do.
What kind of things do you use it for?
When the reception is poor.
No, we do not use a landline.
And it's the most common day to abandon your New Year's resolution. So are you going to join in with National Quitters Day?
It's farewell to the king of the Stretford End. Tributes are paid within football and far beyond for Manchester United legend Dennis Law, who's died at the age of 84.
Grey and gloomy for many of us. Crisp winter sunshine, though, for some. I'll have the full weekend forecast coming up very soon.
It's just gone 6 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast. At what age did you sort of look in the mirror one morning and think, I've turned into either mum or dad? In other words, what age do you
About
actually...
a decade ago.
Oh, yeah, really?
Yeah, I think so.
What about you? Or have you not yet?
No, I think I have, but only in the last couple of years. I think 43 is not bad.
Yeah, 43
not a bad
is
staging post, actually.
Apparently, that is the age that we really start turning into our parents. And the telltale signs...
family have noticed.
I mean, there are
Here we
a
go.
number of telltale signs. Number one is you complain about the weather all the time. Yeah, I think, well, don't we do that from birth, almost? You fall asleep on the sofa in the evenings.
Oh, no, I don't do that.
No, I don't. That's because you live a weird timetable.
It was true.
But I fall asleep on the sofa.
Yeah, I've been doing that since I was 15, actually.
Yeah, OK. You've started dressing for comfort.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Definitely the shoes. It's shoes.
Don't you dread the front doorbell going? And you think, I'm going to have to wander to the front door in my dressing gown. What are people going to think? You know?
Oh, God, is that a thing? I thought that was just me.
It is.
I'm always... It's like Amazon turning up and I'm always just like, I've got my dressing gown on.
But what if it wasn't Amazon? What if it was... Because they don't even bother looking at you. They just chuck a parcel or something, don't they? But what if it was somebody about something important?
I don't know. You see, partly, I think the whole getting older thing is that you stop caring. Because now on bin night, we put the bins out on Thursday night,
yes.
and I just did that in my dressing gown and slippers on this. Just wheel it out, wave to the neighbours. I don't care anymore.
OK, what about this one? You have a favourite chair?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I do, but I've only got two to choose from, so...
Oh, bless.
I know.
Yeah, I've turned my chair into my throne because I have lots of little bits around. You know how you have a little coffee table there that has those things on it, and another one there that has those things on it.
Just getting back to the dressing gown thing, I remember I've seen people go to the supermarket in their dressing gown.
Oh, they do?
It's bad, that. I wouldn't go that far. Though I have done the shopping in my slippers.
Do you remember when Tony Blair won the general election, and Mrs. Blair, Cherie, came down to the front door the morning after.
Yes, I remember.
In her nightie.
Yeah,
looking dishevelled.
Yes.
Really. As though, I mean, that showed you the transition from sort of what she thought was a private life suddenly into a public life. Because she was on every front page with that picture. And in a way, it was rather sweet, but very naive. She didn't realise that suddenly she was the First Lady.
Yes.
Didn't it?
Here's something that doesn't apply. You feel guilty if you sleep in past 8 a.m.
Oh, I do.
Do you?
I can't bear it.
Oh, no.
I feel terrible. I feel that the day is just disappearing.
Even with our work pattern?
Yeah. God, yeah.
You have a hot water bottle.
Yes.
Yes. You use loyalty cards and count your rewards or points.
No, that requires organisation.
Oh, no, I do all of that. Oh, yeah. I've got. It's all on my phone now, but I've got a digital wallet full of all the loyalty cards. There isn't a shop I go into where I can't beep and scan loyalty cards. Oh. Isn't that dreadful?
Yeah, well, that just shows we're all very similar, really, aren't we?
I know.
You don't recognise the music in the charts. Oh, yeah. Oh, I've no idea what any of it is.
Yeah, but it's not the same, though, is it, anymore? Because it's done by downloads. No, it's not. It's not.
It's not like it was in our day.
No, but it isn't. It's done by downloads and things like that. It's not. Who knows what number one is?
Yeah.
No,
we never hear it.
But it's when you put the radio on, you don't know any of it.
Oh, right, I see what you mean.
No idea at all. It's the same with going... it's the same with looking through the newspapers, or particularly, I find, in the Mail Online.
Yeah.
You know, the side column that's got all the showbiz people.
Yeah.
I don't know any of them.
No, I don't.
No.
This is one of them. I mean, I know this sort of applies to us in a different way, but you like to be tucked up in bed before 10 p.m.
Oh, well...
I mean, even on days we're not working... Yeah.
I panic if I'm not in bed by about 9:30.
The names of singers, though, it's more transitory. They come and go much quicker than they used to. They do.
No, they don't.
They do, that's
it's
true.
Just we can.
Yeah, it's just that we don't know it because we're past that age.
Oh, dear.
It's the system, it's not us.
We're properly old.
When did you first realise that you were a grown-up and maybe actually... turning into your parents, or at least that generation?
Paul Bendon falls asleep on the settee a lot. Yeah.
Oh, really?
It's true.
There's a joy in falling asleep on the settee, really, isn't there? Settee or sofa?
I like to just go to bed.
That's a very north-south thing, isn't it? Settee or sofa?
Is it?
I think so. What do you call it?
Settee, I think.
Settee.
I think it's a sofa in the south.
Oh, I see.
I think so.
Oh, well, there you go.
There you are.
Right, anyway, let's crack on with some... Once we've calmed you down with all that now that you realise you're properly old, this will get you going again. So Keir Starmer's Chagos Islands deal has been delayed. Now, this is partly, they're saying now, over concerns of Chinese influence. Well, they were there from the beginning.
Yeah, so why not think of them then? Anyway, the hold-up follows direct intervention, apparently, from Donald Trump's team as the president-elect begins the celebrations ahead of his inauguration on Monday.
Well, here in the UK, things aren't so rosy as it's revealed a record number of millionaires have fled the nation since Mr Starmer's entry to number 10.
Yeah, last year alone, it's predicted over 10,000, or it's thought that over 10,000 millionaires migrated.
Which we were sort of told wouldn't happen. The Treasury is now facing pressure to revive the non-dom tax status amid fears that more will leave. Well, that's never going to happen, is it?
No. Joining us now, political commentator Tim Scott. A very good morning to you.
Good morning, Anne. Good morning, Stephen. Good to be on.
Good morning.
How much does it matter that millionaires are leaving?
I think it does matter because they pay a disproportionate amount of tax, and my goodness, do we need extra money at the moment to fund our public services? So part of what's going on here is this is the so-called non-domicile status, which Labour are attacking and taking away. So you've got to consider the top 1% of earners in Britain pay 30% of all the tax. The top 5% of earners pay half. So if you're one of the 99% or the 95%, actually that's a bargain. And as these people leave the country, you know, the rest of us are going to have to take up the slack.
Non-dom, though, is that much of an issue in the sense that they contribute to the economy in lots of ways, of course, but, of course, they're not paying the same tax?
Well, this is true. I think Labour have called it a loophole. I wouldn't call it a loophole. It's actually a clever way of getting wealthy people from abroad to come and live in Britain. Now, I know there was this controversy with Rishi Sunak's wife, that she was given the status when she appeared to be living here anyway. If you ran it properly, you wouldn't give the status to people who are already living here. The whole idea is to attract wealthy people who are wealthy enough to live anywhere. The kind of people who they'd have a villa in Marbella. I mean, Charlie Mullins from Pimlico Plumbers has already fled to his villa. They'll have a chalet in Switzerland, that type of person. Wealthy enough to live anywhere. You want them to come and live in London and pay tax here.
But presumably they are likely as well, though, to bring business here. They may have businesses of their own, which means that they will be employing British people. So it is important to have them.
It is. Now, you pay $30,000 a year for the status as a standing charge, and we do need people who pay into the system. I saw recently 53% of people in Britain are having more paid to them from the system than they're paying back in tax. So we've got to look at our tax base. Somebody's got to pay the tax to fund everything. So the deal is that if you have this non-domicile status, you pay tax here in the UK on, as you say, Anne, you're bringing in money, you're running a business, you're employing people, your business is paying rates, you're paying employers' national insurance, you go shopping at Harrods, you pay VAT or whatever you buy. So that's quite important. But there are plenty of other places that these guys can go and live. Dubai, there are deals in Switzerland. You can do a deal where you pay a set amount of tax. The slight controversy is that if you're from India, for example, to take Rishi Sunak's wife, is you pay your taxes from your home country in your home country, you don't pay it here. That's why there's a slight controversy.
One place you wouldn't want to move to, of course, is the Chagos Islands.
Of course.
Now, what is going on with all this? Because the government announced it was getting rid of it and selling it to Mauritius.
Yes.
Then the government in Mauritius changed and demanded more money.
Yes.
Then they turned round last week and said, well, we're not going to do anything now until we've discussed it with Donald Trump. Now Trump seems to be saying, well, we don't want you to do it anyway. So, I mean, a total mess of it.
Yes, it is. It is. Yes, I can't, Stephen, I can't see anybody going on a non-domicile basis to the Chagos Islands. So this is the deal, or the non-deal, the lack of a deal, that we were going to give away the Chagos Islands to Mauritius and pay for the privilege.
Oh, yes, pay for the privilege.
Yeah, we were going to pay a lot of money for the privilege. Now, just a bit of context, this is a group of islands right in the middle of the Indian Ocean, strategically very well located. On the biggest island, Diego Garcia, there's an air base and a secure naval anchorage. Now, it's a bit like Ascension Island in the Atlantic. It's sort of ours, but the Americans use it as well. And the International Court of Justice, which sits in The Hague, issued this non-binding ruling that they shouldn't be British anymore. So we negotiated with Mauritius, another island state, 1,300 miles away. And there's some controversy over it because the negotiations started under the Conservatives and they've concluded under Labour. So they're all pointing the finger at each other and saying, oh, it's your fault for this rotten deal.
But meanwhile, America, which has a very big base there, as you say, presumably they must have been part of the negotiations. And if they weren't, then that's really daft, isn't it? Because, I mean, we rely on American support.
We do.
Military support. Yeah. So how could we negotiate away the Chagos Islands without consulting them?
Well, the word is that the Biden administration wasn't too worried about the deal, but the incoming Trump administration is, and particularly Marco Rubio, the Florida senator, who's going to be Trump's Secretary of State, and Mike Waltz, the National Security Advisor, they are very concerned about this deal. And Mauritius is quite cosy with China, or China, as Trump loves to say. So they have the income. Thank goodness, the incoming Trump administration has insisted that the deal be paused, and we may have to go. Well, I hope we do have to go back to square one, because this is a rotten deal. It's not in Britain's interests or the West's interests.
And yet it was one of the very first things Keir Starmer did.
Yes.
In office.
Yes. Now, to be fair, they did inherit the negotiations from the Conservatives. But this is where there's been this finger-pointing, quite literally, across the chamber in the Commons. No, you started, you finished them, no, it's your fault. But this is not a good deal. It's not good for us or for the security of the West.
No. OK, Tim, good to see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen.
Indeed. Well, our very own Bev Turner is in Washington preparing for the inauguration on Monday, and she bumped into Nigel Farage at the Stars and Stripes at the Union Jack celebration party, which took place last night, and Chagos came up for discussion.
So, Nigel, the weekend celebrations kick off with a UK-US party here tonight. This is the only ticket in town tonight. How can we keep this relationship between these countries so special when there is nobody here from the Labour Party?
Well, you're right, and in fact many people here have said, Mandelson, are you serious? And that was said by an incoming cabinet member of the Trump regime. The other thing that's been discussed by everybody is, what the hell were you thinking about with the Chagos Islands, Diego Garcia? The honest truth is that our government is getting off to the worst possible start with the incoming Trump administration. And my other worry, if we pivot towards the European Union, that makes getting a trade deal of some kind with Trump's America even more difficult. I suggest Keir Starmer has a long, hard think over the weekend about what this relationship needs to be. Right now, the truth is, I mean, we're in a good place here tonight at this party, but in terms of the two governments, it's not very pretty.
You are, interestingly, Charlie Mullins, the Pimlico plumbers boss, has done a big interview, and I think it's in the Express today, saying that he's never going to come back to Britain under Starmer unless it's to campaign for reform.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
One of those millionaires that we were talking about.
Well, talking of reform, Bev also ran into Nick Candy and Ant Middleton last night.
I bumped into Nick Candy and Ant Middleton, who are both here. Why are you here tonight, Nick?
Here to support President Trump as he gets inaugurated on Monday. I'm super excited. The energy in America is amazing, and I look at our country where the energy is not very good for the average person on the street, and it's disappointing. And I hope that coming here, the special relationship we have with America thrives. And it doesn't matter which political party you're from. It genuinely doesn't. Okay, country always has to come before politics. Okay, what Ant's done for a living before, country always comes before politics. There's no politics. Okay, and so the special relationship has to thrive between the UK and the US. And President Trump loves the UK, and let's not forget that. So I'm here to help and make that relationship great.
Quite a party.
It is quite a party,
it's going to be quite a do on Monday, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It is. And they're going to have it inside,
yeah, because,
so it would seem.
Well, they're saying it's because the weather is going to be so freezing cold. Minus 12 is what they're saying. That obviously cold. People camp out overnight to get a good place. And, yeah, it's going to be too cold. So they've decided to go indoors to do it.
Yeah. Just for the swearing in bit. There'll still be, I mean, there'll still have to be stuff outside.
Yeah, and there'll still be, thingy people, village people doing YMCA and all that. There will be lots of entertainment.
Village people?
Yeah.
It's extraordinary.
I know, but it'll be fun, that bit, won't it?
Yeah, I'll tell you what was interesting. I mean, hearing from Nigel before, and he was talking about doing a deal with Trump, with Trump's America rather than the EU. Talking to Ed Davey yesterday, who was saying we want to be we should be part of the customs union with the EU, which would then rule out our ability to do separate trades. Anyway, Donald Tusk is getting... Do you remember that name? He's getting stuck into all this again. And so we're using it as our poll of the day. He's said he wants a return.
Rather than a Brexit.
Yes.
A return. So,
do you fear there is a plot to reverse Brexit and return to the EU? You can have your say on the poll of the day. Go to gbnews.com/poll.
Right now, at 18 minutes past 6, here's your weather.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hi there, good morning. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. There'll be some bright spells around this weekend, even a little sunshine, but an awful lot of cloud remains, and it will feel a little colder, particularly across southern parts of the country. In fact, where we do get cloud breaks overnight, it's likely to be frosty at times this weekend, and that's the case this morning. A chill in the air and a few mist and fog patches. As we go through the day, any fog will tend to clear and some low cloud will break up. Decent sunshine breaking out across parts of North Wales, Northern England, Northern Scotland in particular, but where we'll get the low cloud remaining. 3 or 4 Celsius, a few spots of drizzle, not feeling very pleasant at all. It's going to be windier towards the far northwest, but lighter winds further south, where, as we go into the evening, we keep a lot of the low cloud and mist, a few spots of drizzle. Where we do have clear skies remaining, yeah, it'll go frosty and foggy in places. Otherwise, for much of Northern Ireland, Scotland as well, it stays breezier, although out of the breeze for Northern Scotland with the clear skies, a touch of frost also possible here. So mixed conditions overnight, but the one prevailing theme is that high pressure remains nearby, so it's generally settled, mostly dry, except for northwest Scotland, parts of Northern Ireland, where we will see a few spots of rain arriving by dawn tomorrow. But tomorrow's a very mixed bag first thing, a frost in places, some fog patches, a lot of low cloud, 3 or 4 degrees where we've got the low cloud. But for northeast Scotland, northeast England, that's where the best place will be for sunshine, I think, early on and into the afternoon. Otherwise, a lot of low cloud remains right the way through the day. Some drizzle, perhaps even some snowflakes over the hills of northern England and Wales. Feeling cold in the south, mild in the northwest, but some rain turns up later.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Now, still to come, half of us are still using landlines. But how are you going to cope as a country prepares to hang up on them for good, or at least change how they work for good, which is going to mean some changes at home? We'll give you all the details in a moment.
This January, history will be made again.
Join GB News as we bring you full coverage of Donald Trump's presidential inauguration.
From the swearing-in ceremony to the celebrations, we'll be there to capture every moment that shapes the next chapter of world politics.
The best guests, live updates and unparalleled insight as Donald Trump becomes the 47th President of the United States. The inauguration Monday from 3 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. I mean, maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
6:24 now. Millions of us are being told that we could face some isolation as a result of the impending landline switch-off.
That's the first I've heard of it, too. So I wonder if it's the first you've heard of it. The country begins the largest overhaul of our telephone networks in decades.
Well, despite the move, more than half of households still use their landline, and GB News took to the streets to find out whether you'll be finally hanging up.
You still use your landline telephone?
I do.
What kind of things do you use it for?
When the reception is poor on my mobile, it's necessary. Certain parts of the house make it difficult.
I've never had a landline here for about, I've been abroad for 30 years and don't use one at all.
No, I haven't got one.
No. When was the last time you think you had one? Long enough
8 years ago or so.
Interesting, isn't it? Do you use your landline?
Haven't got one.
Haven't got one either. Right, to discuss this further, we're joined by the CEO of Zen Internet, Richard Tang. Good morning, Richard.
Yeah. Good morning, great to be on.
Good, I'm glad you think so. Do you have a landline? Do you use it?
I don't have a landline now. When I got the ability to switch over to digital, I actually decided that I didn't need a landline at all. I hardly ever used it. And I thought, you know what? I'm just going to switch this off. However, our survey shows that over half of Brits do continue to use their landline. And in fact, 15% of Brits only use their landline for phone calls. So even in this day of social media and messaging apps, landlines are critically important. And the big news is that in January 2027, so just 2 years from now, if you do nothing, your landline will stop working because it is switching over to new digital technology.
All right, so the language here is important, isn't it? Because there might be people watching, panicking, thinking, well, I like a physical phone in the house. That isn't going then. It's just a case of the fact it's going to work differently. You have to have one that will plug into your router rather than just into that hole in the wall.
That's absolutely right. So landlines are staying. You can keep your landline number, that number that you've had for decades, but you will need to upgrade your service from the traditional landline service, which is called the Public Switched Telephone Network, or PSTN. That is being switched off. It is going over to digital voice. And for most customers, it's a very easy transition. Contact your broadband provider like Zen, upgrade to digital voice, and then you unplug the phone that you're using today from the wall socket, plug it into your broadband router, and everything just continues to work as it did before. All the extensions in your house that you've been using for years continue to work as they are before. So that's what it's like for most users. It is more difficult. There's another layer for elderly or vulnerable customers that have got a panic alarm. So there are millions of panic alarms throughout the UK, and many of those will not work with the new digital voice service. So it's really, and that cohort of people are the least aware that this switch is coming. So the message is, there's a reliance on family and friends to support those people. Get in touch with the panic alarm supplier and upgrade those panic alarms so they're compatible with the new digital voice service. And of course, those are lifelines for many people, so really important.
I mean, I guess the most important message is to start thinking about it now and get it done now.
Well, absolutely, because even though the switch off is 2 years away, as we get closer and closer to the switch off, this old creaky technology that has been around for decades will become less and less reliable. It's already becoming quite problematic. It will be less supported as well. So yeah, absolutely. The message is, do it now. Don't kick it down the road. Absolutely don't wait till December 26 before you think about doing this. Otherwise, you do risk being without a landline phone.
People don't like change. People will worry. There are benefits, though, aren't there? I mean, things like, I guess, the quality of the phone calls is a lot better. It's a lot clearer, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, because the amount of bandwidth that you've got with digital voice is much higher. So yeah, the call quality is much better. You don't suffer, because it's digital, from the effects of bad weather. So sometimes when there's bad weather and the copper wires get wet, the quality of the calls go down, and you don't get that with digital voice. So there are definite advantages on there. I mean, one thing that's worth mentioning is power cuts, actually. I want to go back to this subject of elderly and vulnerable customers, because as things stand today, if you have a power cut, your traditional landline telephone will continue to work. But with digital voice, because it's plugged into your broadband router, if you have a power cut, then your phone will stop working unless you have a battery backup unit on your broadband router. So that's something like that your broadband provider like Zen can supply, but you need to make that choice depending on how important it is that your phone continues to work in a power cut.
So where do people get advice from? I know obviously you'd say, well, you know, contact a provider like yourself. But if people, is there a general hub that people can go to, whether it's a provider, social services, or whoever whoever's helping them in that older and vulnerable community?
Yeah, broadband providers provide a lot of information, and whether you're a Zen customer or not, there's loads of information on our website at zen.co.uk that you can go and find out all about the switch off. Openreach themselves, who are implementing the switch off, provide lots of information. So there is a lot of information out there, and this is definitely something that industry, government and the regulator Ofcom are all working together to make a big success. So we're not leaving customers to do this all by themselves. We are proactively contacting all of our customers. Minister Sir Chris Bryan has got a huge interest in this in terms of making sure elderly and vulnerable customers, there's not a single one left behind. The regulator Ofcom are very keen that this is a success as well. So this is very much something that industry, the regulator and government are driving to make a success, but it does need action from each individual consumer as well, even if it's just the physical unplugging from the wall and plugging into the router.
That gizmo that you mentioned, the battery backup for the router, shouldn't we all have one of those?
I think it depends. I mean, you asked me at the beginning, have I still got a landline? And for me, I used it so seldomly that I didn't even need it. And I think for a lot of people, if they're in a situation that, they want to keep their landline number because they've had it for years, but they don't use it very often. They've got good mobile reception. They don't get that many power cuts. It's not a big deal for them if their phone goes off for half an hour, once in a blue moon. Well, it's no big deal at all. On the other end of the scale, if it is an elderly or vulnerable person that needs 24/7 access to emergency services, then absolutely they need a battery backup unit. So it really depends on the individual circumstances. And again, those elderly and vulnerable customers will need support from family and friends to make the right decision there.
OK, Richard, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. It's just nice to be aware of it.
Yeah,
isn't it? I didn't know what was going on.
I live in a village, and we do get
power cuts.
And because it's again a village, sometimes you don't get very good reception on your mobile.
No,
so that backup unit sounds interesting.
It does sound a good idea, actually. Whereas, like with ours, the mobile only works on Wi-Fi calling in the house. Yeah. So if the landline goes down, you lose everything, or the internet goes down. Interesting. I'm going to Google those power units. Yeah.
Talk about a gadget.
This is it. It's the way to do it. Right, time is running out. If you want to be our biggest ever Great British Giveaway winner, you could have £50,000 in your bank account by the end of the month. It's totally tax-free as well. If you want to enter, here's how you do it.
There's just Andy Anderson's Real World. Fridays from 7 p.m.
Aaron McLean, the goal machine here. You used to play for Peterborough United. You bagged loads of goals for them back in the day. But I've got a bone to pick with you, young man. You scored at the City ground against Nottingham Forest for, was it Hull City?
For Hull City, yeah.
Why did you do that?
Well, that was my job, unfortunately. I must say, that was actually one of my favourite goals.
Was it really?
Because I remember, obviously, playing at the City ground, unbelievable stadium, historic.
It is great.
So, and we beat you 1-0.
OK, no need to rub it in. These sports clubs, whether it's football or rugby or whatever, should offer two alternatives, either a professional footballer, or if you don't quite make it, you can still go and play football at a lower level, but have a career as well, maybe be an electrician or a plumber.
100%. You know, listen, I've had multiple conversations with various different people, whether it's the PFA or whether it's clubs. Even players who do have careers, you know, there's so many that don't make it and don't quite make it to the level or only play at a lower level. There's so many that do have long careers, but once you come to the end of that, you've spent, you know, for me, I spent 20 years as a professional footballer. Once I finished playing, what do you then do for the rest of your life? You know, at 35, once you retire, you still have to have a purpose in life. Yeah. But I'd almost be starting from ground zero. I'm fortunate that I went into coaching and then went into the media.
That's good.
But for every one of me, there's hundreds that don't. And I've got so many friends who, I've got to say, you know, have really, really struggled on the, you know, mental health side.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, because you go from, like, playing in stadiums, big stadiums, small stadiums, crowds, singing your name, and all that sort of stuff, that adulation, the buzz of winning games, and you know, the downs of losing games, and you go from that to sort of nothing when you finish. I mean, that's a big come down there.
It's a huge come down.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
This January, history will be made again.
Join GB News as we bring you full coverage of Donald Trump's presidential inauguration.
From the swearing-in ceremony to the celebrations, we'll be there to capture every moment that shapes the next chapter of world politics.
The best guests, live updates and unparalleled insight as Donald Trump becomes the 47th President of the United States. The inauguration Monday from 3 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Sports time. Here's Aidan. Hi. It's a bit of a sad day, actually.
Yes. Yeah, only one place to start, and that's with the passing of Dennis Law. We had the announcement last night from the family. We're talking here, Anne, about quite simply one of the greatest strikers British football has ever produced. Now, it was a real tale of rags to riches. He was one of 7 kids raised in a council flat in Aberdeen, just 2 miles away from Pittodrie, who he used to watch when he could afford it, but he actually came to England when he was 15. Can you imagine that now? You just don't get that very often anymore. He had some National Health NHS wiry glasses because he had a squint in his eyes. When he appeared on the platform at Huddersfield Station, the club officials didn't recognise him because he was so small and wiry. They thought, how can he be a footballer?
So you mean he went to play? I mean, he was taken on as
he
an
signed.
apprentice or whatever they called them.
He was signed, yeah. That would have been an apprentice, yeah, absolutely. So Bill Shankly, who later became a legendary a legendary Liverpool manager, he took him to Huddersfield and he had some good years there. And obviously when he went to Liverpool later on, he tried to take him there. They just didn't have the money to sign him.
So, sorry, when he was a lad in Aberdeen... He just showed such talent there. He was spotted.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, yeah. I mean, this club still, but even back then, would have had, sometimes even international scouting networks, but certainly they're into the realms of scouting within the British Isles. Yeah, it wasn't uncommon for players there to come to England, but 15 just seems very young. But
and with a squint, he was still managed to hit the goal.
He did. Well, Huddersfield decided that he should have an operation to correct the squints, and it made the difference. But I mean, in terms of his style, he was fantastic in the air. He had ultimate precision in front of goal. He had a bit of aggression about him as well. And we talk about the Holy Trinity at Manchester United, because he joined United, I think, in '61. After a couple of years in it, he had a year in Italy with Torino, and before that he was at Manchester City, where he was successful. And the Holy Trinity was, and don't forget, this was Matt Busby rebuilding that Man United side after the Munich air crash in 1958. And it was the three, Bobby Charlton, George Best, Dennis Law, that wonderful statue outside of Old Trafford. He was the glue, really, some say, that held that team together, because there were some big feisty characters in there. We know that George Best and Bobby Charlton didn't always see eye to eye, but he was a great friend of Bobby Charlton's, or Sir Bobby Charlton's. He was at George Best's bedside when he left. 237 goals in 444.
Which really is very good, isn't it?
404 games.
I saw a clip on the telly last night of him kicking a ball into the goal from the back of his heel.
Yes, that was
a famous one.
It's a hugely famous one. It's quite apocryphal. The narrative is that he relegated his old club Man United at Old Trafford that day. It was the last time Man City won at Old Trafford until 2008. That was in 1974. It didn't relegate them on the day because other results conspired to send Manchester United down. Now, you remember a couple of weeks ago we were saying to ourselves, well, could Man United go down? That's how long ago we're talking here. But he didn't actually relegate them, but he said, even though that I didn't actually send them down, it wasn't my goal that sent them down, it was one of the most depressing weekends of his weekends, because of his life. He was very upset to do that to Man United. He didn't celebrate the goal as well, if you notice. But a European Cup in '68, he won 2 Division 1 titles. Successful for Scotland as well, but unfortunately the team didn't qualify for the World Cup until 1974. So by then, I think at the age of 33, probably slightly past his best. But later on in life, he became a pundit. He was a regular when I was a kid on covering the Division 1 matches on a weekend.
Nice fella. I mean,
yes, absolutely. I knew his daughter Di as well. She served as Manchester United's head of communications for a number of years, and he was often seen around the ground. Sir Alex Ferguson called him my hero. So Bill Shankly said that he never knew a footballer who had a quicker brain in terms of how he operated on the pitch. And that phrase, the Holy Trinity, I mean, we've heard it used at other clubs as well. Everton had their own version, for example. But you can see the statue outside of the ground. There's a statue up at Aberdeen as well at the Sports Centre, which he opened back in 2010. He took over as ambassador for Football Aid after Sir Bobby Robson in 2010. And this is a man who... well, you can sum it up. It's summed up well by Man United themselves. They made the statement last night. They said he'll always be celebrated as one of the club's greatest and most beloved players.
He did win, well, I was going to say the Ballon d'Or.
Yes.
It wasn't the Ballon d'Or then, was it? It was
the European Football of the Year. Yeah, the Ballon d'Or is what it morphed into,
but the only Scot ever to win it.
Yeah, extraordinary, really. That was back in 1964. I think he won that. But, yeah, the 60s was probably his prime. As we got into the early 70s, he began to tail off just slightly because, obviously, the standards he'd set. But in terms of... I mean, there was a quote online overnight from Brian Kidd, who he played with in those great Man United sides. And as soon as they started playing together, Brian Kidd was operating off the wing, and he said, put the ball into the area where you think it should be, and if I'm not there, I'll take the blame. Brian Kidd said he was always there.
Wow. And that lovely headline in The Sun today, reunited with Bestie and Bobby. Lawman Dennis dies, aged 84.
Yeah,
that's rather a nice way to put it.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I mean, don't forget, it was a real. The trophies they won in '68 were almost they bedraggled Man United for so many years because they just couldn't match that level of success until Alex Ferguson back in the early '90s, of course.
Yeah. OK, Aidan, thank you. We'll see you a little bit later on.
Still to come. First, if you're in search of some winter sun, here's the forecast for some of the top European holiday destinations.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
For anyone hoping to escape the midwinter gloom in the UK and find some sunshine, well, things are improving across the central Med, but they are deteriorating in Iberia. We've had some decent sunshine, and that continues in Spain. But for Portugal, a band of rain moves in on Sunday, and that will progress across Spain into Gibraltar during the next few days. Meanwhile, this low, which was named Storm Gabri by the Italians, is weakening, so less wind and rain for Italy, but it stays breezy in the Greek islands.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
This January, history will be made again.
Join GB News as we bring you full coverage of Donald Trump's presidential inauguration.
From the swearing-in ceremony to the celebrations, we'll be there to capture every moment that shapes the next chapter of world politics.
The best guests, live updates and unparalleled insight as Donald Trump becomes the 47th President of the United States. The inauguration Monday from 3 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
Estelle, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
This was thought to be a Ruskin. Ruskin was a very considerable polymath, an artist as well as many other things. So do you know why it was submitted for reappraisal? Was there a bit of a suspicion that it had been misidentified?
No, as you say, you know, it's a service that Christie's offer. You can submit an artwork that you have, so anyone can submit it and request an estimate, and then the auction house's appraisal service allows you space as well to describe it and ask for a valuation. And Christie's sort of looked at it behind the sheet of dirty old glass and recognised a sort of Turner-esque mood and feel and ambience about it. And because there was this close relationship between Ruskin and Turner, which is fascinating, we'll come on to that shortly, but they sort of felt, well, the brushstrokes are very strong, the line is very economic, and the colour of the palette seems to be rather Turner-esque. And then they called in a specialist paper historian who confirmed that actually the paper that was used was one that Turner favoured himself. So yes, it was originally considered to be by Ruskin, but then we discovered something more magnificent. And don't forget what's really interesting. Now it's for sale. The lucky buyer is not just buying a picture. The lucky buyer is buying a life story, a relationship that actually changed the course of art history because of the relationship between Ruskin and Turner themselves.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's 6:47, time to go through the papers with political commentator Duncan Barks and the political editor of HuffPost UK, Kevin Schofield. Morning, you two.
Morning.
Duncan, let's have a quick look at the Chagos Islands deal, because apparently it's all going to get stamped out by Trump.
Yeah, it's interesting, this. Front page of the Daily Telegraph, almost a bit of a reverse ferret, if you like, by the Labour government, because there was a time when a few weeks ago, only a few weeks ago, they were very keen to push this through. They were looking at front-loading the deal and bunging £9 billion to Mauritius to try and get this deal through. And then somewhere along the line, I don't know why, Donald Trump appears and says, hang on a second, I'm not entirely sure about this. So what we're seeing is this kind of, I won't use the term U-turn, but certainly a shift in acknowledging that the president-elect wants to have a say over this, and that's what's going to happen. So a little bit of a shift from the Labour government regarding this. Obviously, it's a strategic island, and the concern the Telegraph is reporting is that Donald Trump has a lot of issues regarding how this might actually help China going forward with their military strategy.
Yeah. Kevin?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting, isn't it? We're effectively giving Donald Trump a veto
on UK government policy. There's no doubt that the government was desperate to try and get this over the line before Trump is inaugurated. They've had to give up. I mean, we thought even last week there might be a chance that it might be signed off by Mauritius. But
then a couple of days ago, the government said, well, you know, we're going to get approval from Trump for this deal, didn't they? Which was a very odd thing to say. No, he didn't like it.
Yeah, I think that's wildly optimistic. I mean, it does sound as though... I mean, when the deal was announced, there were murmurings out of the Trump camp, albeit he wasn't president yet, that this is a bad deal, why are you doing this? So you've got to remember as well that Starmer is desperate to be in Trump's good books. So I guess it would be a bad way to start by forcing through this deal, rushing it through before he becomes president, because you know that he doesn't like it. So, but it is quite embarrassing, I think, that you're basically, as I say, giving a foreign leader a veto over something that the government has been shouting from the rooftops. They say it's
it saves £9 billion quid. Yeah. We could reinstate the winter fuel allowance.
Well, we could, couldn't we? But I think Kevin's right. What this does is it actually breaks open this whole area regarding the influence of Trump going forward. Because here we are, you know, it's Trump's world now. We just live in it, to coin a phrase. I mean, you know, the inauguration is on Monday. It'll be covered here on GB News. It does look like Sir Keir Starmer will just default to Trump on various issues. How will this impact?
The Americans do have a very interesting interest, I was going to say. They have an interest in the future of those islands.
Yeah, they do.
They've got a big base there.
On the base, which we share with them. So it's not as if they don't have any interest in it at all. So, yeah, you can understand why they would have some sort of influence. Now, interestingly, the Biden administration, I remember when it was announced, there were supportive quotes from the Biden administration, so the UK government could say, well, America is on board, but Biden is history. He might still have 48 hours to go as president, but he is, to all intents and purposes, no longer the president. Trump is the future, and the government has got to basically deal with that reality. And it looks as though at this stage I would be very surprised if this deal actually ended up going ahead.
Can we look at the Times, Kevin? The tax plans are forcing millionaires out of the country. Well, we've heard these, and we were told this was all scare stories in the run-up to the election. Yeah. Apparently it's happening.
Yeah, so these are figures compiled by an organisation called New World Wealth, which is a global analytics firm, and they say that there's a net loss of millionaires of 10,800 have gone, so more than have come in, which is 157% up. That's a lot, since 2023, and understandably they're saying, well, this is because of Labour government has come in, they're cracking down on non-DOMs, which is this tax regime which allows very rich people to live here for £30,000 a year, and they don't pay British tax on their foreign earnings. They say this is a disincentive for these people, first of all, to come here, but then to remain here. And also, you know, there's other tax changes coming. And again, this is a problem for the government because, yeah, on the one hand, politically, if they want to woo the left of the Labour Party or left-wing voters, hey, we're hammering millionaires, we're hammering the rich. But at the same time, these people do actually pay an awful lot of tax.
Well, most of the tax.
Well, yeah,
really.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. And if they go at a time when we know that the government doesn't have an awful lot of money to play with, then that is going to be another headache for Rachel Reeves as she tries to get the...
For anyone old enough, doesn't it remind you of Harold Wilson's government when there was an absolute exodus?
Yes, you had the Rolling Stones disappearing off, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Because they wouldn't pay 98% tax rate.
Rod Stewart went to live in America as well.
Yeah. Sean Connery, I think he disappeared.
There was a lot of tax.
I mean, what's interesting about this is, you know, there's the Treasury's facing calls to reverse this crackdown on non-DOMs. I don't think that's going to happen. Rachel Reeves has been very stoic, if you like, in the face of criticism regarding some of the measures outlined in her budget. But I think you strip this down, we do need these people in this country because the only way to improve the economy is via growth. The budget has been pretty anti-business in many ways when you talk about the increase in employers' national insurance contributions, the minimum wage. At the moment, I think we need all the help we can get in terms of getting money into this country and people like this who hopefully will help support the economy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, as I say, it might make them feel sort of warm and fuzzy to be hammering millionaires, and it may well play well with the base. But I think Rachel Reeves will be thinking, hang on a minute, this is a lot of money leaving the country, which could be going into the Treasury's coffers, and it's just going to make my job even harder.
Exactly. Yeah, this is the issue. It's thinking about the bigger picture rather than just what looks good on a headline. Right, you two, got to leave it there, I'm afraid, but we will see you a little bit later on. Duncan, Kevin, should we have a look at the weather?
I think so.
Despite the morning rain, it'll be a nice, warm, cosy day ahead. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hi there, good morning. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. There'll be some bright spells around this weekend, even a little sunshine, but an awful lot of cloud remains, and it will feel a little colder, particularly across southern parts of the country. In fact, where we do get cloud breaks overnights, it's likely to be frosty at times this weekend, and that's the case this morning. A chill in the air and a few mist and fog patches. As we go through the day, any fog will tend to clear and some low cloud will break up. Decent sunshine breaking out across parts of North Wales, Northern England, Northern Scotland in particular, but where we'll get the low cloud remaining. 3 or 4 Celsius, a few spots of drizzle, not feeling very pleasant at all. It's going to be windier towards the far northwest, but lighter winds further south, where, as we go into the evening, we keep a lot of the low cloud and mist, a few spots of drizzle. Where we do have clear skies remaining, yeah, it'll go frosty and foggy in places. Otherwise, for much of Northern Ireland, Scotland as well, it stays breezier, although out of the breeze for Northern Scotland with the clear skies, a touch of frost also possible here. So mixed conditions overnight, but the one prevailing theme is that high pressure remains nearby, so it's generally settled, mostly dry, except for northwest Scotland, parts of Northern Ireland, where we will see a few spots of rain arriving by dawn tomorrow. But tomorrow's a very mixed bag first thing, a frost in places, some fog patches, a lot of low cloud, 3 or 4 degrees where we've got the low cloud. But for northeast Scotland, northeast England, that's where the best place will be for sunshine, I think, early on and into the afternoon. Otherwise, a lot of low cloud remains right the way through the day. Some drizzle, perhaps even some snowflakes over the hills of Northern England and Wales. Feeling cold in the south, milder in the northwest, but some rain turns up later.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Watching on demand. Good luck.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're
the failure
deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking... This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again. Down to earth. It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it? And most importantly, honest. Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them. Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date. Or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. Labour's Chagos Islands deal is thrown into chaos.
The incoming President Donald Trump steps in to stop Starmer signing away an all-important territory.
So, a new era getting underway in Washington. They're calling it Trump Take Two.
The Reform UK leader Nigel Farage had this to say from Washington, where he's commencing the inaugural celebrations.
What the hell were you thinking about with the Chagos Islands, Diego Garcia? The honest truth is that our government is getting off to the worst possible start with the incoming Trump administration.
Millionaires flee Britain over Labour's tax plans, prompting concerns it's going to damage the economy.
A row breaks out over triple-locked pensions. Do you think Number 10 is right not to rule out future means testing? We're debating that a bit later.
There's the farm tax furore. MSPs join the revolt as fears grow for the future of family farms.
Campaigners fight to extend maternity leave. Advocate Keely Langthorne shares her empowering story a bit later on in the programme.
And do you use your landline? Have you even got one anymore? Well, big changes are coming your way. We'll tell you more.
Use a landline?
No, I don't use mine.
I do. What kind of things do you use it for?
When the reception is poor. No, we do not use a landline.
Now, it's the most common day today to abandon your New Year's resolution. So are you a quitter on National Quit Day?
It's farewell to the king of the Stretford End. Tributes are paid within football and far beyond for Manchester United legend Dennis Law, who's died at the age of 84.
Grey and gloomy for many of us. Crisp winter sunshine, though, for some. I'll have the full weekend forecast coming up very soon.
It's just gone 7 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Are you fed up with the weather over here, Anne?
Yeah, I am.
Because, interestingly, Susan's been in touch saying we're just heading off to Mauritius for my husband's 60th. So...
It'll be warm there, won't it?
Be very nice. Of course, she wants everyone to calm down about the arguments with Mauritius and Chagos and everything. Won't affect your lovely holiday.
No, it won't. But interestingly, the weather is important when it comes to the inauguration on Monday, because we're used to seeing an inauguration. It's always cold in Washington in January.
When it was Obama's first time round, that was very cold.
Yeah. But apparently they have taken the decision now because it's thought to be as low as -12 in Washington on Monday. So they've taken the decision that the swearing-in ceremony, the important bit, as it were, will be indoors. Because, I mean, traditionally, so many hundreds of people, thousands of people, well, Trump would say...
biggest ever.
Biggest ever, yeah, number of people will go, and then many will camp out the night before and be standing there all day waiting for things to happen. And in those sort of temperatures, it could actually be dangerous. So they're saying it's a shame. They haven't done it since Ronald Reagan's second inaugural.
85.
Yeah. So it's indoors again. So at least everybody will get to see it properly on telly.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's sensible.
Yeah.
I think it's sensible. Why risk it and the sort of ridiculous things? We were talking earlier on about getting older. And we get older when we you know, about 43, we start realising we're acting like our parents. White Van Man's been in touch.
Oh, yes.
I love this. And I realised I was getting old when trousers with elastic waist in the adverts at the back of the radio and TV Times started looking very comfortable.
Oh, yes, dressing for comfort.
Yeah, we did say that.
The things.
But also when I started buying the radio and TV Times. Yeah, good
Does
point.
anyone do that anymore?
That's what I was going to say.
Probably not now.
No.
You don't need it.
You don't. You just...
TV by choice.
The telly tells you, doesn't it? But I stayed in a hotel last week, and for the first time ever, it was a hotel that didn't have telephones in the rooms.
Really?
And I remember thinking, because you never use the telephone in a hotel room.
I don't know, you would. What about to ring down?
Always there.
What about to ring down to reception?
Well, you'd have to go down to reception.
Yeah, I know.
And the menu for room service was there was a little QR code.
Oh, I see.
So you do
it
it all
came
on the
up
app.
on your phone. So it was the first hotel I've been in that was completely new age, only mobile phones.
I think it's sensible. I think it's except when they always have phones in the bathrooms, don't they? Why?
Yeah.
Why would you ever answer the phone if it rang and you were in the bathroom? Did you decide to make a call when you're in the bathroom? It's crazy.
I was going to say, it depends who it was. I was going to say, it depends who it was, but on a landline, you probably wouldn't... Did we get the luxury on mobiles of knowing who it is?
Yeah. So I just think it's very odd when they put...
Yeah. It just shows, though, that the I mean, we're going to be talking about this a bit later as well, but the landline and the old-fashioned phone concept has almost disappeared, has it? Except that this survey that we were talking about earlier showed that just over 50% of Brits still use a landline.
Yeah, but I think that says a lot, that half of us don't.
Was there a name for those phones, those sets which had the circular dial?
Rotary phones.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah.
I had one of those when we were children, yeah.
Yeah, rotary phones. It was fine till you got to the 0. It should take forever to get back down.
Well, that's why 999 was 999, because it took an effort to make that... so it couldn't be dialed accidentally.
Yes.
That was the idea.
Oh, I see.
Whereas the Americans have 911.
Yes.
They shortcut it. But 999 was so you actually had to deliberately dial. But when I was a kid, we had a shared landline with next door.
Oh, did you?
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Really?
Party line, they used to call it. You picked up the phone and...
Party line is something else.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah. Right, let's move on to the Chagos Islands, should we? Because we've not talked about it for a little while. It's back in the headlines again because Sir Keir Starmer's deal has been delayed over, well, a whole host of reasons, really, but it boils down to a lot of concerns over Chinese influence.
Yeah, back in October, Number 10 announced that it would hand over the sovereignty of the island to Mauritius, where there is a joint US and UK military base.
Well, Donald Trump's not happy. The president-elect, of course, is beginning celebrations this weekend ahead of the inauguration on Monday, but he seems to be putting his foot down.
Here in the UK, things aren't so rosy because it's revealed a record number of millionaires have fled the nation since Mr Starmer's entry into Number 10.
Yeah, last year alone, it's thought more than 10,000 millionaires left the country.
Not so good, is it? The Treasury is now facing pressure to revive the non-dom tax status amid fears that more millionaires are going to leave.
Let's talk to political commentator Tim Scott, who's here. Let's kick off with the Chagos deal, because it's been talked about but seems to be questioned for a while now. Is it dead in the water?
I think temporarily, Stephen, it is. It was on, then it was off again. So the negotiations started under the Conservatives, concluded under Labour. They're blaming each other for them apparently going wrong. So there's a vital naval anchorage there and an airfield. It's British, a bit like Ascension Island. The Americans use it as well. And we are going to pay, or we were going to pay, for the privilege of giving this away to Mauritius, which is 1,300 miles away, so they're not exactly near neighbours, are they? And a lot of concern, I think, from Washington over the closeness of Mauritius with China. And, of course, with Trump coming in, it's all in the mix now, and it's amazing how Trump's influence, even before he gets inaugurated on Monday, is apparent.
Yeah, and apparently his people have been demanding to be part of the negotiations, or they've certainly let their feelings be known.
Yes, it was rumoured that the Biden administration was relatively relaxed about the deal. The Trump administration, I think quite rightly, a lot more concerned, particularly Marco Rubio, the Florida senator, who's going to be Trump's Secretary of State, Mike Waltz, who's going to be the National Security Advisor. And of course, Starmer wants to get on with Trump, even after all the things that they've said about him. He recognises Trump is the guy. And now it's on hold, and we'll have to see what happens. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, why was there this determination to get rid of it anyway? I mean, try and sort of hold on to Diego Garcia under a 99-year lease, but it would open territorial waters back up to China, which would be of great concern. I mean, it just seems like a crazy thing to want to do in the first place.
Well, yes, Stephen. There were concerns that China, there would be nothing to stop China building a military base on one of the neighbouring islands.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the last thing you need, isn't it? So, historically, the Chagos Islands, they've had no indigenous population. There were freed slaves who moved there. Now, to be fair, we moved them all off in the 1960s. Many of them came here. Some of them went to Mauritius, where I gather they weren't treated very well. So I think this is a sort of almost a sort of knee-jerk anti-imperialist sort of thing, following this ruling from the International Court of Justice in The Hague, a non-binding resolution, which successive governments seem to have gone with, and of course they're now blaming each other for it going wrong.
Yeah, it isn't an odd thing for a Labour government to do. You would imagine that they want to, if it deserves to be given away, then they would want to be seen to be giving it away. But I can't understand, given that we have a military base there with the Americans, why were the Americans not consulted over this?
Yes. Very good point, Anne. And I think the Biden administration was rumoured to just be willing to let us get on with it. But I think it was also a bit negligent of the Biden administration. I don't know if Joe Biden was asleep at the time, but that is a base that the US uses. US planes fly. In fact, a bit like Ascension Island in the Atlantic. It's a British base, but the Americans use it more than we do. Both of those islands have got key infrastructure. We would never have retaken the Falklands in 1982 without the staging post of the Ascension Islands halfway there. And that airbase is used quite frequently by Americans. So I don't really understand the Biden administration's casual disregard.
No, well, it's going to be an interesting one to watch and see how that unfolds. In the meantime, if you don't need more pressure on Rachel from accounts, do you? But I mean, now her budget, tax plans and all the rest of it, it seems to have borne fruit, this claim that if they got in, millionaires would start leaving the UK. Everyone said it was just a scare story, but it seems to be happening.
Yes, it does. And again, I do worry that is this ideological and they're not really too worried about working through the consequences. The non-domicile tax status is under threat. I've heard Labour MPs calling it a tax loophole. It's not really a tax loophole. It's a clever way of getting wealthy people from abroad, the kind of people who are wealthy enough to live anywhere, to come and live in London or the UK, but mostly London, let's be honest. And when they do, they pay $30,000 a year for the privilege, so that's a standing charge. And their UK earnings, and as Anne commented earlier, these people, they're bringing money with them, they're bringing employment with them. We get VAT, business rates, any income here, we get the tax. They pay tax from their home country, in their home country. That's why it's slightly controversial. But somebody's got to pay for all these public services. And the wealthy, quite rightly, pay a disproportionate amount of that tax.
Well, the vast majority, though, is. I mean, it's not not just like they're paying 60%. They pay about 95%, don't they?
It depends on the levels of income that you're looking at. But there is this stat that the top 1% of earners in Britain pay 30% of all our tax, and the top 5% pay half. Yeah. Now, if you're one of the others, if you're in the 99% or the 95%, actually, that's a bargain. And if the 1% get hammered, I mean, I know they're perhaps not particularly fashionable at the moment, but if we start losing the 1%, the rest of us are going to have to cough up more to make up the difference.
Yes, which I don't think would go down very well with anyone.
No.
But this government doesn't seem to mind a lot of criticism. They're certainly taking it at the moment.
Well, they're certainly getting it, yes. I think mid-term seems to have come very early for this government. And I think I can't remember a government that's become so unpopular so quickly. To be fair, they didn't get a particularly good inheritance, but then neither did the Conservatives when they took over from Labour in 2010.
No, that's a fair point. Tim, good to see you. Thank you.
Steve and Anne, thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, well, we're thinking of the inauguration on Monday. Love to be there, actually. even though it's -12. I'd like to be there to see it.
Would you?
To witness the excitement, I think. Anyway, Bev Turner is in Washington for Donald Trump's inauguration, and she ran into Reform UK leader Nigel Farage at a party last night called the Stars and Stripes and the Union Jack Celebration Party. Here's what Nigel had to say about the weather affecting the inauguration.
Obviously, everything has changed with this weather forecast, taking the event indoors. What do you think that's going to mean for the sense of occasion here?
It's a bit sad because, you know, top of Capitol Hill, there's the president, hand on the Bible, swearing in, and hundreds of thousands of people, you know, looking down. And I guess what they'll do is put up big screens or something, I don't know. It won't be quite the same. The last time this happened was 85 with Reagan. But if you look at the forecast, it's pretty awful. And the thought of former presidents in their 80s sitting up on that dais, I mean, today would have been fine for it. Beautiful, sunny. So it won't be quite the same, but you know what? It's still seismic.
Well, plenty of people at that party last night, including Nick Candy and Ant Middleton.
He doesn't really love Keir Starmer, though, does he? Let's be honest. He doesn't love the Labour Party.
It's difficult because they sent 100 operatives to support Kamala, and people like David Lammy and Sadiq Khan haven't said very nice words about him. And so I don't understand why, if you do something wrong in life, why can't you just say sorry? So you just say, I shouldn't have made those comments, I apologise. Instead, they've never said sorry. I don't understand why.
Yeah, they've kind of doubled down on it to some degree. Lammy basically came out, didn't he, and said, we will work with him. We may not agree on everything, but we will work together.
That's fair. I think that's
fair.
But he can also say sorry.
Yeah.
I don't understand when you become a politician why you can't say sorry.
Yeah.
Okay? President Clinton left the White House with the highest approval rating ever. And he left the White House with the highest approval rating ever because he said, I'm sorry for the mistakes I made. He didn't describe those mistakes. We all know what those mistakes were. Yeah. Okay? But he said sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that Bill Clinton had a lot to say sorry about.
Yeah, but it could have absolutely finished him, couldn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, they tried to impeach him and all the rest of it.
They tried everything, yeah.
I said I didn't realise he left with the highest approval ratings. I think that's really interesting.
He was always popular. Whatever he did, he was always popular.
Yeah, well, maybe there's something to learn from that. Meanwhile, we're talking, I mean, all of this mess internationally at the moment is sort of being compounded by the fact that there seems to be a push to get us back into the EU.
Oh, you can feel it, can't you?
Which, you know, just seems anti-democratic. Whatever your view of Brexit, it feels a bit anti-democratic. Anyway, former European president, or president of the European
Union
Council, was it? You know, so there's all these different presidents in the EU. Anyway, Donald Tusk.
You'll remember his name.
Yeah, and now he's Prime Minister of Poland or something. Anyway, he says he's hoping for return. So do you fear there is a proper plot underway to reverse Brexit? Anyway, you can have your say at gbnews.com/poll. Whether there is or not, I wouldn't like to say, but I just feel like there's this sort of indication that people just think, oh, well, you've had a few years now, you're going to just relent on everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's one argument to say we'll make the best of what we've got now, because, I mean, even Nigel Farage say this isn't Brexit the way he wanted Brexit.
No.
It's probably a Brexit that nobody really likes at the moment because it's a bit of a mishmash. But making the best of it by making sure we've got good relations with all of these countries is important. But a return is a positive move back. And that's what Donald Tusk says.
Yes, as we should have. You can't imagine if we even tried to do that. If there was a will to do that.
For another 10 years.
Well, it would be chaos. And what sort of deal would we get?
Yeah. Well,
not a very good one.
Because remember, we did offend a lot of countries by having the temerity to leave at all.
Maybe our New Year's resolution should be just to stand by our decisions.
Yeah.
And carry on. Anyway, talking of which...
Yes.
Have you been very good with your New Year's resolutions?
No, it sort of failed at the first hurdle.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But I keep retrying it.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, well, take heart, dear heart.
Oh, thank you.
Because today is National Quit Day. It's the most likely day to give up on your New Year goals, especially, apparently, if they're fitness goals.
I was just going to say maybe the way to avoid National Quit Day is just stay in bed all day. But not if your resolution is about getting fit, I guess. Anyway, here with all the tips on how to stay on track with your goals is Dr. Sophie Mort. Good morning. Hello,
Good morning.
Lovely to see you. First of all, have you stuck to yours? And what was it?
Well, so I actually don't do New Year's resolutions anymore. I do ins and outs. So instead of I will become this person, it's a list of, these are 3 things I'm going to do more of. These are 3 things I'm going to do less of. And then I focus on building habits around those. So it's much less lofty and much more sustainable.
That's a good idea, actually.
It is a good idea, but when it's something like, I want to become fitter or I want to lose some weight, I mean, they are quite sort of vague goals. Is that a benefit or not?
So it's a really good question. Actually, the more vague we are, the more problem we have with sticking with our goals. So, often we're like, we're going to get fitter. Tomorrow I'm going to start. And then what happens is we get into our day flies by. And at the end of it, we realize we haven't done any of the things that we needed to. And so we need to be specific, but we also need to be realistic. One of the reasons so many people will quit today, I think, links to a new piece of research that came out from David Lloyd Clubs, which show 47% of British workers feel they don't have time to fit health and wellness into their day. And 80% are spending up to 5 hours in back-to-back meetings. This means we're becoming a more inactive nation, not really through choice, but through our scheduling. So we need to get specific, but actually the thing we need to focus on the most is time. When we're going to do this thing, and how we're going to make it so it's not just we do this thing sporadically, maybe an hour of exercise 3 times a week, but we do it so that we can sustain it over a year.
Yeah, I remember interviewing years and years ago somebody who brought out a book called 8 Minutes in the Morning, where you just develop a little fitness, maybe it's just stretching or something, but and it only lasts 8 minutes, and nearly everybody can actually afford 8 minutes in their morning routine. And if you do it every day, it adds up.
100%. I love this because we've been talking recently about snackable wellness, right? The idea of shifting from this grueling and often quite punishing routine of either a 45-minute mindfulness exercise, an hour-long class, to, okay, where do we have 1 to 2 minutes or 5 to 10 minutes in our day multiple times? I've made my meetings 55 minutes, which means I have 5 minutes, and I'm smiling because if you could see me in the gaps, I've put on my favorite song, I'm dancing to the point where my heart is racing or my eyes are closed and I'm focusing on the first sip of the flavors and all of the aromas of my first cup of tea. Because actually, even the parents who are really, really strapped for time, who only have those minutes where they shut the door, and get a moment in the toilet if they're lucky enough, to the workers who really only have a couple of minutes throughout the day. If you can use those times, we know that for habit building, multiple times 1 to 2 minutes across the year you're going to be the person who has the wellness habit at the end of the year over the person who hit the ground running, who was doing those really worthy and excellent hard duration activities at the beginning and simply weren't able to sustain them. So it doesn't even have to be 8 minutes. 2 minutes multiple times per day, great.
So I'll tell you what, it's like the old wives' tales, isn't it? The bits of common sense, which says if you do, you can sicken yourself with something.
Yeah. I mean, often we call psychology uncommon common sense. Have you heard that before?
No.
Yeah, so often when you think about it, it's not rocket science to say use 1 to 2 minutes over an hour. But when it comes to it, we're often there saying, but if I really want to be well, I should be like those people I see sweating it out in the windows of the gym every morning. And actually the thing that makes me most sad about New Year's resolutions is they're the quickest way to self-criticism. And then what happens? When you start feeling like you're failing, well, you're not going to be motivated to go and do the things that matter to you. And a really fun thing for anyone that's listening is your brain does know the difference between you imagining a task and doing that task. I've just had a little thumbs up. Did you see that? Your brain does know the difference between the two. But if you haven't done your exercise today, if you're thinking this really is the day that I fall off the hobby list, if you lie in bed visualize yourself having gone to do that exercise. Imagine how you would have felt. Imagine what would have happened. Your brain actually does activate the pathways in your brain that is linked to that activity to create that habit. So never fear. You haven't done it this day. Don't beat yourself up. Instead, visualize yourself doing it and promise to yourself you're going to get up and do that thing the next day.
Okay.
Oh, it's useful
to know.
Wise
words, yeah. Thank you very much indeed. She says, having a sip of something.
Yes, very nice.
Sophie, thank you very much.
And fabulous hair, Sophie Maud.
Fabulous
for
hair.
7:20 in the morning.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at that. Look at that. Fantastic hair.
Yeah, love your hair.
That we're loving. We're loving. See, she's embarrassed now, but she looks great.
Isn't it interesting when you remember certain interviews you've done from years ago? The reason I remember the man who wrote 8 Minutes in the Morning, who's an American, it's because the first time I'd ever interviewed anyone called Jorge.
Oh, right.
Jorge Cruz, his name is. You can still get his book, but it has to be shipped from America. So, but yeah, you see, 8 Minutes in the Morning, Jorge.
Did he look like that then?
Yes, he did.
So it's.
But that is quite a while ago.
He's probably a pensioner now, is he?
Oh,
but he looked great then.
He is.
8 minutes in the morning.
Oh.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Little and often. I say that about a lot of things. Little and often.
It's true, yeah.
It's very good.
But mind you, I don't know whether it would suit our timetable.
No.
Getting up at, 2:15, 2:30 in the morning and thinking, I'll do 8 minutes of something.
I used to go at the gym. Before I did a breakfast show years ago, and I'd go and do an hour and a half on a cross trainer.
What, before
a show, yeah, and then get showered at work and do it that way. And it felt great.
Yeah.
I mean, I felt full. But the point is, it's not sustainable. I did it for about a year, but it's not
you
sustainable.
sustained it for a year, which is pretty good.
Yeah, but now, the idea of going to the gym now, I'm just like, oh, no. It's like I've used my gym quota up for life now. I don't think of anything worse.
But I've got a very good friend who lost a lot of weight, and she did that. She only did about 3 minutes of stretching in the morning, and it makes her feel good. And because it makes her feel good, she does it every single day, and it works for her.
You see, good. I think that's much more sensible. Right, what would be sensible is to get your hands on £50,000 this month. That would be a very nice way to start 2025. It's our Great British Giveaway, and time is running out if you want to enter, so here's how.
Imagine how £50,000 in cash from us could make your new year go with a bang.
Hi, my name's Victoria.
Patrick Christie's Tonight, weekdays from 9 p.m.
5 years ago today, Harry and Meghan shocked the world when they announced that they were stepping back from royal life in what has since been dubbed Megxit. Many royal experts thought the future of the royal family was in doubt after the Duke and Duchess of Sussex's bombshell Oprah Winfrey interview, their scornful Netflix documentary, and Harry's autobiography Spare that took aim at William and Catherine. Pleased to be joined now by entertainment and royal journalist Sarah Louise Robertson. Sarah, thank you very, very much. Great to have you on the show. So, Megxit, 5 years on, how's it gone for them?
It couldn't have gone any worse. I remember, as you pointed out there, Patrick, 5 years ago, one senior courtier called this move a declaration of war on the royal family. Well, this is a war that Meghan Markle and Prince Harry have lost. They are the losers in this whole sordid affair. And the royal family have come out stronger, more unified and better than ever. She had it all in her hands to play with. It was all there to play with. She had the HRH title. She could have gone on to do wonderful things. And what's she now? A reality star. She's not even a working actress anymore. This new cookery show, Netflix have put it in the reality side of their categories. What a come down that is. We don't see them together in public anymore. She's doing her thing. She's going down the avenue of reality TV. And Harry's trying, I think, to do some of his charity work.
I still think that if he held his hands up and some things happened, that maybe the British public
He'd
would.
have to beg his brother. He'd have to beg his brother. The sticking point here is Prince William. Charles, yes, misses his son. I will say that again. He does.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel. This January, history will be made again.
Join GB News as we bring you full coverage of Donald Trump's presidential inauguration.
From the swearing-in ceremony to the celebrations, we'll be there to capture every moment that shapes the next chapter of world politics.
The best guests, live updates and unparalleled insight as Donald Trump becomes the 47th President of the United States. The inauguration Monday from 3 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's 7:30 now. MPs are calling for women and their partners to receive paid bereavement leave if they experience a miscarriage.
In the UK, it's estimated that 1 in 5 women have a miscarriage every year. And there's no specific leave for a pre-24-week pregnancy loss.
Well, let's talk to the founder of what they're calling George's Law and head of public law for children, Keely Lenthorne. Keely, good to see you this morning. Why is this? I mean, if we're talking 20% of women in the UK every year having of those who are pregnant having a miscarriage, I mean, this would take an awful lot of resources to try and fund those people getting paid leave.
Yeah, so at the moment, as you say, there's no paid leave at all. So the recent report published on Wednesday is a real step forward in relation to that. So the Women and Equalities Committee are calling on the government to offer 2 weeks paid leave for miscarriages before 24 weeks, which will be the same rights afforded to those who lose a baby after 24 weeks. At the moment, we're being asked to take it as sick leave. And of course, when you lose a baby, it's not sick leave. I lost George at 22 and a half weeks. He was a baby. I bathed him, I dressed him, I buried him. And for the law to say, oh, go back to work the next day, it's just not appropriate. There needs to be proper safeguards in place. And there is this lacuna in the law at the moment. There's this real gap. And I'm pleased to see that this report has found that.
Do you find in all of the work you've been doing on this subject that people simply don't, people who haven't had a miscarriage just don't understand it? There are a lot of people who sort of see it as a gynecological condition rather than the tragedy of a loss.
Yeah, definitely. But as you say, it happens to 1 in 5 of us. And we've recently had the implementation of baby loss certificates to honour babies' lives, which is a real step forward again. So we've got these certificates to honour a baby's lives, but we've not got the support in place to then allow them parents to mourn that loss. And when you have a miscarriage, and it's horrible. You've got one hormone up here, you've got one hormone down here. And for people to say, I'll just go back to work the next day, like we're not doing right for society. People are not doing their best jobs when they're at work miscarrying. We had midwives miscarrying, and I'm pleased to see that the NHS have now put in place a baby loss policy, and they're now allowing their employees 10 days paid leave. So if the NHS can do it, and they're the biggest employer in the UK, 7.7 million employees, and let's face it, the NHS are on their knees. If they can do it, then why can't the government implement this law? Like, more businesses are implementing pregnancy loss policies, which is great, but this needs to be made law now. We need to catch up.
But why? In the sense, if companies are doing it anyway, it is very hard to imagine a company that wouldn't have enough sympathy to grant someone several days off, at least, in all of this. Why does it need to be law?
Well, you say that, Stephen, that many companies do, but they actually don't. Okay, so we've got some of the big players who are offering paid leave now, but the littler companies, they don't. And I have people reaching out to me all the time saying, I lost my baby yesterday at 20 weeks and my employer's saying I've got to go back to work. And we've got many people who can't afford, obviously, to take time off work. And if you're taking it off as sick leave, it then goes on your record. When you go to a new employer, you've got to explain why you've been off. Why should we have to explain this? Okay, there's this gap in the law. Employment laws need to keep up, and we need to fill that gap and have some legislation.
Do you think then that the partner of the person who's had a miscarriage, that the partner should get paid leave?
Yeah, absolutely. So at present, George's Law is trying to implement legislation that mirrors that in New Zealand. Okay, so in New Zealand, both parents get 3 days paid leave for a loss under 24 weeks. And of course, it is quite right that the partner should get it as well. Although a woman goes through the physical trauma of birth, both parents are going through the psychological and emotional trauma of this as well. And in most circumstances, having to bury a child.
But there's a big difference between 3 days and 2 weeks.
Yeah, so George's Law is mirroring that of New Zealand. I'm pleased to see that the Women Inequalities Committee is saying 2 weeks. But we're now waiting for the government to respond to that. And I wonder now whether the government will go somewhere in the middle and maybe go with what the NHS are doing for 10 days, which would be excellent.
It would be a move forward, but maybe 2 weeks. I can see. I can't see it happening 2 weeks. Can you? But maybe several days.
No, I think there's going to be some negotiation, Anne, and I think we're going to have to prepare ourselves for that. And I do think that 3 days isn't enough. I've always said that from the beginning with George's Law. But I think if we can meet somewhere in the middle and do similar to what the NHS are doing, I think that would be a real step forward, and it'd be a real win for Labour. OK. Keely Lenthorne, good to see you this morning. Thank you.
Yeah, and don't forget to let us know what your views on that are. Like I said, I think unless you've experienced a miscarriage yourself, you don't totally understand how devastating it is. On the other hand, can we as a country afford to give somebody a lot of unpaid leave? Maybe not too much.
All right, let's go check on the weather for you. Here's Aidan.
A chilly start will give way to a lovely, warm afternoon. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hi there, good morning. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. There'll be some bright spells around this weekend, even a little sunshine, but an awful lot of cloud remains, and it will feel a little colder, particularly across southern parts of the country. In fact, where we do get cloud breaks overnights, it's likely to be frosty at times this weekend, and that's the case this morning. A chill in the air and a few mist and fog patches. As we go through the day, any fog will tend to clear and some low cloud will break up. Decent sunshine breaking out across parts of North Wales, Northern England, Northern Scotland in particular, but we'll get the low cloud remaining. 3 or 4 Celsius, a few spots of drizzle, not feeling very pleasant at all. It's going to be windier towards the far northwest, but lighter winds further south, where, as we go into the evening, we keep a lot of the low cloud and mist, a few spots of drizzle. Where we do have clear skies remaining, yeah, it'll go frosty and foggy in places. Otherwise, for much of Northern Ireland, Scotland as well, it stays breezier, although out of the breeze for Northern Scotland with the clear skies, a touch of frost also possible here. So mixed conditions overnight, but the one prevailing theme is that high pressure remains nearby, so it's generally settled, mostly dry, except for northwest Scotland, parts of Northern Ireland, where we will see a few spots of rain arriving by dawn tomorrow. But tomorrow's a very mixed bag first thing, a frost in places, some fog patches, a lot of low cloud, 3 or 4 degrees where we've got the low cloud. But for northeast Scotland, northeast England, that's where the best place will be for sunshine, I think, early on and into the afternoon. Otherwise, a lot of low cloud remains right the way through the day. Some drizzle, perhaps even some snowflakes over the hills of Northern England and Wales. Feeling cold in the south, mild in the northwest, but some rain turns up later.
A nice bright morning will generate a lovely warm day, right through to the evening. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
people living with obesity are people, and they deserve the right for treatment and care as much as anyone else. What we need to understand is that obesity is a chronic condition, or a disease, as some people call it. It's not a choice. And this is the bit that people really struggle with, is that people think this is a lifestyle choice and people have done this to themselves. What we now know is the science and the evidence shows us that this isn't a choice. People have genetic predispositions for living with obesity. What we need to do is be a bit more compassionate and caring to people that live with obesity and support them to make healthier choices, not actually just discriminate and tell them that they're doing something wrong when, you know, if I had asthma, for instance, you wouldn't be saying the same thing to me there. But then it's exactly the same.
Usually, if you're going for an operation of some form or other, there'll be often there is a criteria. So my mother, she had a knee operation. They wanted to make sure her blood pressure was right and all these things. This is, I mean, to hear somebody say that obesity isn't a choice just because you've got genetic predisposition to it, it's just exactly why people seem to be legitimizing being overweight. Ozempic has proved that people are overweight because they eat too much. Because Ozempic tells you to stop eating, it makes you think that you've eaten and makes you feel full, so you don't eat. You may be predisposed to anything, but you also have a large percentage of responsibility to make sure that doesn't happen. So absolutely, it is in the patient's best interests, because if you're overweight, it'll take you longer to heal. You're more likely to have complications, the same if you smoke, and also the outcomes are usually better. So for a smoker, if you quit, say, 4 weeks before surgery, your 25%, your risk is lower of respiratory complications. So this is literally, of course, it's discriminatory, because you have to decide, you have to prioritise the people that are likely to survive the operations.
GB News, the People's Channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/your-say. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
If you want your news to be straight talking, this is a nightmare for the Conservatives again. Down to earth. It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it? And most importantly, honest. Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get the book thrown at them. They catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Aidan's got the sport for us at 7:41, looking at Denis Law, of course.
Yeah, the passing of Denis Law announced last night. Quite simply, Stephen, one of the greatest striking talents the British game has ever produced. And he arrived in England as a 15-year-old, very, well, puny, he was described as by some of the Huddersfield Town officials. That was his first club. They didn't even recognise him on the platform, because they said, well, he doesn't even look anything like a footballer. But much later in his career, after spelling in Italy, it was Man United where he really came into his own. 11 seasons there, 237 goals in 404 matches, a European Cup winner in 1968, the only Scottish player ever to have won the Ballon d'Or, what's now known as the Ballon d'Or, which was then known as the European Footballer of the Year in 1964.
When he was playing with?
He was playing for Man United back then. He famously scored a goal for Man United at Man City. Now, he had 2 spells at Man City, which is why...
He famously scored a goal for?
Manchester City at Old Trafford, and it became known as the goal that relegated Man United. It wasn't strictly true, because other results that day meant that United would have gone down anyway, but he didn't celebrate the goal. But City remember him very well as well. They released a statement last night saying that the whole of Manchester is mourning the death of Denis Law. And he was the glue as well that kept the Holy Trinity together. Don't forget, United had this colossal job, Sir Matt Busby, of rebuilding the side that was the Busby Babes, who were killed in the Munich 58.
How many of them died?
I think it wasn't the whole squad. I think it was something like two-thirds of the squad. But they had to rebuild this in over 10 years, and so that was in 58. 68, they won the European Cup. Law, Best and Charlton were part of that, made up the Holy Trinity.
Well, didn't he?
Yeah, he was no fool. He was well, Bill Shankly, who became a legendary Liverpool manager, he wanted to sign him because he managed him at Huddersfield, and he wanted to sign. He didn't have the money. No, Man City pipped them. Well, nothing's changed, is it? Man City pipped them to that. I think they paid about £55,000 for him back then. But yeah, it was an extraordinary job of rebuilding the club. Law was part of that. Clearly, he had the one-arm celebration. There's that wonderful statue outside Old Trafford of the three players, and the last of them gone now. And he was also the glue that kind of held them together. We know that there were some huge personalities in that dressing room. Yes. We know that Best and Charlton didn't actually see eye to eye all the time, and yet Law was friends to both of them. Law, in fact, was at the bedside of George Best when he died in November 2005. So we're talking here about an enormous figure within the game, and Alex Ferguson quite simply described him as my hero.
Yeah, well, at least he's been remembered so fondly, which is a good thing.
Tribute. That's lovely.
Aidan, thank you. We've got the papers heading away in just a moment, but first, if you fancy a bit of winter sun, here's the forecast for the top European holiday destinations.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
For anyone hoping to escape the midwinter gloom in the UK and find some sunshine, well, things are improving across the central Med, but they are deteriorating in Iberia. We've had some decent sunshine, and that continues in Spain. But for Portugal, a band of rain moves in on Sunday, and that will progress across Spain into Gibraltar during the next few days. Meanwhile, this low, which was named Storm Gabri by the Italians, is weakening, so less wind and rain for Italy, but it stays breezy in the Greek islands.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Britain's newsroom, weekday mornings from 9:30.
Mr. Motivator, he joins us now. Mr. Motivator, a very happy new year to you. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. There you are, bright and early. So how are things? How can we all kick ourselves into shape?
By the end of January, most people have thrown their New Year's resolution out the window. I think what's important is that we make a change for life, and we we set ourselves small goals, and as we achieve those goals, then we reward ourselves. So in other words, you want to run 10K, you don't immediately get up and go run 10K, do you? You run between 2 lampposts and walk between 20. If you're not into running, don't choose running. If you're into dancing, that's great. If you're into any kind of movement, that is the way to keep yourself active, healthy, and also maintain your independence.
So, Derek, is the point that you keep it manageable and small enough that it's achievable?
Why don't we just find 4 exercises that you do for 1 minute each exercise, and you do that 4 times a day? Achievable, isn't it? That's only 4 minutes of exercise. And I guarantee at the end of the day, you'd have done 12 minutes, which is like your daily dozen. So there's your goal. I wanted to do a daily dozen of exercise lasting a minute each, right? And the first thing you could be doing is getting up from your chair, right? The moment you stand up, you incorporate so many muscles in your legs, right, that you're going to feel good, yes? So,
right, go on then. Get up off your chair, Adam. Show me how it's done.
Easy, come on.
Easy, yeah. Look at
no
that.
hand. The next thing I want you to do is to reach up real high. And if you bring it down, up
I'll
and
do
down.
that one.
Yeah.
For a minute, palms facing...
Oh, for a minute?
You're not flying a minute.
There we go.
GB News, the People's Channel.
This January, history will be made again.
Join GB News as we bring you full coverage of Donald Trump's presidential inauguration.
From the swearing-in ceremony to the celebrations, we'll be there to capture every moment that shapes the next chapter of world politics.
The best guests, live updates and unparalleled insight as Donald Trump becomes the 47th President of the United States. The inauguration Monday from 3 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Time for the papers with Duncan Barks and Kevin Schofield. Good morning, you two. Duncan.
Morning.
It's on the Express this morning. The triple lock, which seems to be coming under fire from the Tories.
Yeah, so this is interesting. Kemi Badenoch gave a radio interview. She was asked by a caller to the radio show about the triple lock for pensioners. For those watching GB News or listening, this is something that was introduced originally by David Cameron, the triple lock, and that's where the state pension goes up by the highest of inflation or average wage rises or 2.5%. So, you know, this is against the backdrop of a lot of pensioners in this country being rather raw from the winter fuel payment being axed. Kemi Badenoch, her answer to the question was not clear. She talked a little bit about the triple lock and then started waffling on about means testing. So if you're the Labour Party, you go, oh, hang on a second here, you've not committed to keeping the triple lock, so does this mean you're going to scrap it? So, of course, Labour are making a lot of political capital out of this. This Express piece also mentions quite rightly that the new pensions minister that Labour appointed after Tulip Sadiq resigned, a guy called Torsten Bell, former chief executive of a think tank called the Resolution Foundation, in the past has been a fierce opponent of the triple lock. So what we're looking at here is just like, well, the Tories haven't committed to keeping it. Labour have got a bit of history by saying they're opposed to it. What does this mean for our pensioners? So the Express as a newspaper, it's the kind of campaign they would leap on. I think my main takeaway from this is Kemi Badenoch is not a clear communicator. She needs to work on her comms. Yeah. In fact, I would say so far the Conservative Party needs to do a better job when it's talking about where it's going and where it's heading, maybe utilise some other people in the party like Esther McVeigh or even Penny Mordaunt, who I know lost her seat but is a good communicator. Kemi needs people who can communicate clearly what her party is about. And, of course, the party that have leapt on this, aside from Labour, is Reform.
Of course.
Just saying, oh, hang on a second here, well, we'll keep the triple lock. So that's basically the backdrop to the story. And it's our pensioners. And, of course, the Tory vote from the last election, the only people voting Tory in significant numbers are people who are over the age of 60.
Yes, and surely, tactically, if you're Kemi Badenoch, don't you need votes in the local elections to show that, you know, that there is an opposition?
Or that you're making some sort of progress, that it's not all going one way.
In order to get votes, you've got to say what you really stand for.
Yeah, and, you know, Duncan's absolutely right. I watched the interview and I've read the transcript back and it makes no sense what she's saying. So that's why Labour have been, and the Lib Dems have been able to attack her on it, and sort of why the Tories have been able to defend her on it, because she says two things at once. And what was interesting yesterday was I was asking the Tories repeatedly, OK, means testing, does that mean she wants to means test the state pension? And they wouldn't say she doesn't. And I think that's a bigger issue than the triple lock, because that is the fundamental of the basic state pensions. Everyone gets it regardless of their wealth.
But this is the whole issue that was highlighted in the leadership campaign, wasn't it? That Kemi Badenoch has a habit of putting her foot in it.
Well, there's that, and also they made it very clear this kind of like plan for the Conservative Party going forward. She's not going to announce any policies for the first couple of years. And as Kevin rightly points out, and Anne actually pointed out, you've got the situation where later on this year we have local elections. What are people voting for? People don't know what the Conservatives stand for.
So you may well get some people in the local elections who deliberately don't want to vote Labour because they're fed up. But they won't know who to vote for if the Tories don't lay out their wares.
Well, yeah, but that's why Reform, I think, are doing so well. And it was interesting yesterday, we had Labour and the Tories screaming and shouting at each other over the triple lock and over pensions, whereas Reform can stand back. They sounded like almost like the same party in many ways, you know, arguing over the same good territory, whereas Reform, they can benefit from the fact that people are just a bit fed up of both of them, without actually having to put out any policies of their own.
It's a plague on both their houses, isn't it?
Talking of which, on the front of The Guardian this morning, new hospitals, which we desperately need. Boris Johnson said they were going to build 40, which obviously hasn't happened. But this plan is falling apart under Labour as well.
So Boris Johnson famously said in the run-up to the 2019 election that they would build 40 new hospitals. Now, that was always misleading because it wasn't 40, as people would understand it, 40 brand-new hospitals built from the ground. A lot of it included renovating and refurbishing existing buildings. Nevertheless, even that is not going to be achieved. Now, West Streeting announced in September that only 12 of the 40 projects could go ahead. Now it seems he's going to announce this week that of the remainder, only a handful of those are even going to go ahead just because we don't have the money. So, you know, it's not as if suddenly these hospitals are fine and they no longer need work. It's just that there isn't the money to pay for it. And you're right, people who maybe go to their local A&E or for whatever reason have to visit the local hospital can see it's fallen down around their ears and they'll say, well, hang on a minute, the Tories promised to fix it. Labour have come in and now they're going to cancel it. And again, who's standing waiting in the wings to pick up all this public disquiet? Reform UK and maybe the Lib Dems in certain parts of the country as well. So yeah, Labour will announce it this week and it'll be the Tories are a disgrace, Boris Johnson a disgrace. But I just wonder whether voters might think, but I don't care about the politics of it, we just need our hospital fixed.
That's true, and I think what's really interesting about this 40 new hospitals thing that Boris announced years ago, it's actually damaged people's faith in British politics, because, as you pointed out, Kevin, quite correctly, you look at the detail, and the devil is always in the detail. You know, you had hospitals getting a new roof being classed as a new hospital. So, you know, people look at that. Members of the general public go, hang on a second here, are you taking me for a ride? You expect me to believe this is a new hospital? So I think that kind of politics really damages people's faith and belief in politicians.
Can we have a look at the Mail? Christian Bruckner, who was for a number of years now has been the main suspect in the Madeleine McCann case. There's not enough evidence, apparently.
No, it's a very small piece in today's Mail. Christian is currently in prison for an unrelated crime, and the Mail is running with this story that he will be freed because there's not enough evidence to suggest he's related to the abduction, disappearance of Madeleine McCann.
And it's again, this story has become such a saga, really, hasn't it? And we seem to be no closer to ever finding out
it's
exactly.
It's heartbreaking when you go into it, but if there isn't enough evidence to pursue him, then there just isn't.
No. I mean, it's very frustrating, but I wonder, has it been talked up too much by the papers, in effect? We sort of say, people walk about thinking he's the man who did it.
Well, absolutely,
There's no evidence.
There's been lots and lots of stories dropping very heavy hints. It must be him, and trying to pull together all sorts of evidence. But, you know, the police are the ones investigating it, and if they think that there isn't enough evidence to get a conviction, then obviously they're not going to go ahead with it. And, the papers and obviously Madeleine's parents desperately want closure on this, want to know who did it.
But, I mean, he has been scrutinised, if not by the authorities so much, certainly by the media.
Well, certainly the media, yeah.
They've gone into his background, they've gone into people who were in cells with him and everything, and nothing.
Okay.
Not enough.
Well, we've got to leave it there. Thank you both. Here's the weather.
Imagine on demand. Good luck. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
We were talking earlier about the issue of Siri listening to you. Well, it's not just your own conversations being sort of harvested for data. but it's a problem with AI. So what seems to have happened yesterday is that Apple issued a alert saying that Luke Littler had won the darts before he had. I mean, imagine what would, if he then gone on to lose, how that would have looked. I mean, obviously, because he went on to win, at least they got the story right, but before it had happened. So what it seems to happen is that the AI farms existing stories, and what it has done, that's the alert. We can see the alert there now, and it also claiming that Brazilian tennis player Rafael Nadal had come out as gay when actually a different Brazilian tennis player was actually mentioned in the original story. So what it does is you see that it's branded as BBC Sport. What the Apple AI system does is it farms alerts that it thinks people are getting from the source and then summarises them into one alert.
Looks to me like you would assume, OK, the BBC are reporting this.
Absolutely.
So the BBC News might be saying something else.
So it could happen to any news organisation.
This has highlighted a massive issue. I mean, having editorial judgment and quality control, because if this is going on, it's just contributing to the flow of misinformation. Yes. And we know that this is a problem on social media, people reporting false things. But if it seems to come from trusted news sources, that is a massive issue in credibility. I mean, if you had something like Reuters, who's a big news provider, doing this, you could hold people accountable, you could make changes, but when it's the AI doing it, I mean, what do? You're going to have to reprogram it in some way.
And if you just lost control, if you're a news source, you've lost control of what goes out, because it basically farms it, puts your logo on it and sends it out even when it's nonsense.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Good morning. Labour's Chagos Islands deal is thrown into chaos.
Incoming President Donald Trump steps in to stop Keir Starmer signing away that all-important territory.
Well, of course, a new era is getting underway in Washington. They're calling it Trump Take Two.
Our very own Bev Turner is at the heart of the action in Washington, where she caught up with Reform UK donor Nick Candy, who had a message for Labour.
They sent 100 operatives to support Kamala, and people like David Lammy and Sadiq Khan haven't said very nice words about him.
Millionaires flee Britain over Labour's tax plans, prompting concerns it's going to damage the economy.
And a row breaks out over triple-locked pensions. Do you think number 10 is right, not to rule out future means testing? We're debating that very shortly.
Farm tax furore, MSPs join the revolt as fears grow for the future of family farms.
And North Yorkshire cracks down on seagulls. Find out how they're putting off the pesky birds. That's later.
Seagulls are a staple of the seaside, but here in Scarborough and across the North Yorkshire coast, they've been causing problems for residents and visitors. We'll be speaking to a councillor very soon about how they're going to tackle these issues.
It's farewell to the king of the Stretford End. Tributes are paid within football and far beyond for Manchester United legend Denis Law, who's died at the age of 84.
Grey and gloomy for many of us. Crisp winter sunshine, though, for some. I'll have the full weekend forecast coming up very soon.
It's just gone 8 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
We're talking about losing faith in politicians, just in the paper review. Bill says all politicians and journalists are liars and twist things to suit their agenda, so we've got no faith in either.
Hang on.
Well, no, but I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I can.
It's why you've got to, I think what you've got to do is terms of, and certainly in terms of what you read in the press, because the press, paper press, can be really push an agenda. You've got to have
TV does as well.
You've got to have it does, yeah. But you've got to have an overview.
That's why I always say don't just watch one outlet anyway. Mix and match.
Mix and match. Got to have your favourites in the morning, obviously, but you do need to. If you're watching us, then even perhaps look at one or two other sites, and just to get an overview and see what you think. I mean, it sounds awful because I say go and watch something else. Well, absolutely not. But you've got to have an overview of what's going on.
Yes, that's what I think. And the only way you do that is by mixing and matching.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know. I mean, when I'm driving in the car, I don't just listen to one radio station. As you know, I can't listen to GB News because I still got my old radio. That's my New Year's resolution. I need to get that radio fixed.
We've been talking about that for 3 years.
I know. I'm sorry about that. I do tend to run my cars into the ground,
Yeah.
And they are
till the pedals wear out.
Yeah, that's right. It really is till everything wears out. And I treat them as another room in the house. So sometimes they're full of clothes, sometimes they're full of rubbish.
Really?
Oh yeah, I know. It's a terrible way to treat a car, but I've always done that.
I can't actually imagine you driving a car. I've never seen you drive. I can't imagine it.
Oh yeah. No.
Have you got a dressing room in the back?
Yes, it's sort of. Yes, absolutely. Everything's stuffed in the back.
You must have driven yourself that time we met up in Toaster.
Yeah.
You must have driven yourself. I don't know where you parked. It's when we got our tattoos done.
That's right.
Oh, right. You used to have driven yourself there.
I drive everywhere. Yeah.
Do you?
Oh yeah.
Why do you teetly like the Queen behind the wheel?
Yeah, actually, one of the things that went wrong with it a while ago was the thing, you can put a setting. So you have a me setting, and then one of my sons has a setting.
Oh, yes,
so
and
you
the
give more
seats.
leg room. And he'd been driving it recently, and I'd got his setting, which I was so far back from the steering wheel I could barely reach it and couldn't reach the pedals. But then I pressed number 1, which is my setting, and nothing happened. And then I pressed it again, and I went down, and it's forgotten its settings.
Oh, out of the roof.
Yeah, and so I was driving at the beginning, like you see little old ladies driving, where their head is barely over the steering wheel, and I was doing a bit of that. Yeah.
Should have had a little pork pie hat on.
That's right. Yeah.
Brilliant. Love
We
it.
used to have a lady in our village who drove just like that. She drove a very old, posh Bentley. But you could never see her. It was almost as though the car was driving itself. All you could see was a steering wheel with 2 hands on it.
A driverless car.
Lovely. Love it. Right, let's crack on, should we, with the Chagos Islands, because Keir Starmer's deal has been delayed, apparently, all driven by this concern of Chinese influence.
And lots of other factors, I think, too. Back in October, the government announced it would hand over sovereignty of the island to Mauritius, where there is a joint US-UK military base.
Well, the hold-up is thanks, apparently, to direct intervention from Donald Trump's team as the president-elect begins a weekend of celebrations ahead of the inauguration on Monday.
Here in the UK, though, things are not so rosy, as it's revealed a record number of millionaires have fled the nation since Mr Starmer took power.
Last year alone, it's thought more than 10,000 millionaires have migrated.
Now, the Treasury is going to face pressure, too, to revive the non-dom tax status, whilst there are fears that more millionaires will leave.
Well, earlier we spoke to political commentator Tim Scott.
It does matter, because they pay a disproportionate amount of tax, and my goodness, do we need extra money at the moment to fund our public services? So part of what's going on here is this is the so-called non-domicile status, which Labour are attacking and taking away. So you've got to consider the top 1% of earners in Britain pay 30% of all the tax. The top 5% of earners pay half. So if you're one of the 99% or the 95%, actually that's a bargain. And as these people leave the country, the rest of us are going to have to take up the slack.
Non-dom, though, is that much of an issue in the sense that they contribute to the economy in lots of ways, of course, but, of course, they're not paying the same tax?
Well, this is true. I think Labour have called it a loophole. I wouldn't call it a loophole. It's actually a clever way of getting wealthy people from abroad to come and live in Britain. Now, I know there was this controversy with Rishi Sunak's wife, that she was given the status when she appeared to be living here anyway. If you ran it properly, you wouldn't give the status to people who are already living here. The whole idea is to attract people who are wealthy enough to live anywhere. The kind of people who they'd have a villa in Marbella. I mean, Charlie Mullins from Pimlico Plumbers has already fled to his villa. They'll have a chalet in Switzerland, that type of person. Wealthy enough to live anywhere. You want them to come and live in London and pay tax here.
But presumably they are likely as well, though, to bring business here. They may have businesses of their own, which means that they will be employing British people. So it is important to have them.
It is. Now, you pay $30,000 a year for the status as a standing charge, and we do need people who pay into the system. I saw recently 53% of people in Britain are having more paid to them from the system than they're paying back in tax. So we've got to look at our tax base. Somebody's got to pay the tax to fund everything. So the deal is that if you have this non-domicile status, you pay tax here in the UK on, as you say, Anne, you're bringing in money, you're running a business, you're employing people, your business is paying rates, you're paying employers' national insurance, you go shopping at Harrods, you pay VAT or whatever you buy. So that's quite important. But there are plenty of other places that these guys can go and live. Dubai, there are deals in Switzerland. You can do a deal where you pay a set amount of tax. The slight controversy is that if you're from India, for example, to take Rishi Sunak's wife, is you pay your taxes from your home country in your home country, you don't pay it here. That's why there's a slight controversy.
One place you wouldn't want to move to, of course, is the Chagos Islands.
Of course.
Now, what is going on with all this? Because the government announced it was getting rid of it and selling it to Mauritius.
Yes.
Then the government in Mauritius changed and demanded more money.
Yes.
Then they turned around last week and said, well, we're not going to do anything now until we've discussed it with Donald Trump. Now Trump seems to be saying, well, we don't want you to do it anyway. So, I mean, a total mess of it.
Yes, it is. It is. Yes, I can't, Stephen, I can't see anybody going on a non-domicile basis to the Chagos Islands. So this is the deal, or the non-deal, the lack of a deal, that we were going to give away the Chagos Islands to Mauritius and pay for the privilege.
Oh, yes, pay for the privilege.
Yeah, we were going to pay a lot of money for the privilege. Now, just a bit of context, this is a group of islands right in the middle of the Indian Ocean, strategically very well located. On the biggest island, Diego Garcia, there's an air base and a secure naval anchorage. Now, it's a bit like Ascension Island in the Atlantic. It's sort of ours, but the Americans use it as well. And the International Court of Justice, which sits in The Hague, issued this non-binding ruling that they shouldn't be British anymore. So we negotiated with Mauritius, another island state, 1,300 miles away. And there's some controversy over it because the negotiations started under the Conservatives and they've concluded under Labour. So they're all pointing the finger at each other and saying, oh, it's your fault for this rotten deal.
But meanwhile, America, which has a very big base there, as you say, presumably they must have been part of the negotiations. And if they weren't, then that's really daft, isn't it? Because, I mean, we rely on American support.
We do.
Military support.
Yeah.
So how could we negotiate away the Chagos Islands without consulting them?
Well, the word is that the Biden administration wasn't too worried about the deal, but the incoming Trump administration is, and particularly Marco Rubio, the Florida senator, who's going to be Trump's Secretary of State, and Mike Waltz, the National Security Advisor, they are very concerned about this deal, and Mauritius is quite cosy with China, or China, as Trump loves to say. So they have the income. Thank goodness, the incoming Trump administration has insisted that the deal be paused, and we may have to go. Well, I hope we do have to go back to square one because this is a rotten deal. It's not in Britain's interests or the West's interests.
And yet it was one of the very first things Keir Starmer did.
Yes.
In office.
Yes. Now, to be fair, they did inherit the negotiations from the Conservatives. But this is where there's been this finger-pointing, quite literally, across the chamber in the Commons. No, you started, you finished them, no, it's your fault. But this is not a good deal. It's not good for us or for the security of the West.
Well, a lot of concerns over it. Will it happen at all now? I mean, perhaps not. It's fascinating to see what influence Donald Trump is having, and he's not even president yet, but he will be on Monday. And waiting for that to happen, Bev Turner is in Washington. She's been at some of the early parties, where she ran in at one to Reform UK leader Nigel Farage.
So, Nigel, the weekend celebrations kick off with a UK-US party here tonight. This is the only ticket in town tonight. How can we keep this relationship between these countries so special when there is nobody here from the Labour Party?
Well, you're right, and in fact, many people here have said, Mandelson, are you serious? And that was said by an incoming cabinet member. of the Trump regime. The other thing that's been discussed by everybody is what the hell were you thinking about with the Chagos Islands, Diego Garcia? The honest truth is that our government is getting off to the worst possible start with the incoming Trump administration. And my other worry, if we pivot towards the European Union, that makes getting a trade deal of some kind with Trump's America even more difficult. I suggest Keir Starmer has a long, hard think over the weekend about what this relationship needs to be. Right now, the truth is, I mean, we're in a good place here tonight at this party, but in terms of the two governments, it's not very pretty.
Interesting that Nigel Farage uses that term, we are pivoting towards the EU.
Yeah.
Because maybe that's how you feel as well. And that prompts our question of the day today. As Donald Tusk, who used to be in Europe, he was chief executive or something.
He's president of the European Council or something like that.
European Council. He is now Prime Minister of Poland. And he has said that he hopes for a return as opposed to a Brexit. So we're asking, as Donald Tusk hopes for a return, do you fear a plot to reverse Brexit and return to the EU? We'll be bringing you the live results of that poll throughout the day, so make sure you stay tuned. Final result will be announced later in Martin Daubney's show. And, of course, you can know all about it on gbnews.com/poll.
Now, the people of North Yorkshire's coastal town of Scarborough, good old Scarborough, they're up in arms over local seagulls causing mischief.
Numerous complaints have been made to the council over seagulls stealing food and apparently injuring people.
Well, it is being taken seriously and they've even launched a new action plan.
Let's go over to Anna Riley, our GB News Yorkshire and Humber reporter, who will explain more. Oh, and you can hear them already, Anna.
Good morning, Anne and Stephen. Yes, you can certainly hear the seagulls, and we've been watching our heads as well as they've been circling above us. I'm joined this morning by Councillor Keane Duncan. He's the Executive Member for Highways and Transport at North Yorkshire Council, and he's been pushing the seagull strategy here in Scarborough and across the North Yorkshire coast. Just tell us, Keane, what the problems are with seagulls around here.
Well, welcome to Scarborough. It's a chilly winter's day this morning, but that's going to change as summer approaches. We're going to see thousands of people descending on Scarborough, on the Yorkshire coast, hoping to have a great time here. We have seen quite serious and escalating issues across the coast. The gulls are very noisy, as you can hear. They cause damage to buildings. The sheer amount of mess and excrement they create is a massive problem for us here at the council. And perhaps most seriously, we have seen gull muggings. That's gulls, birds swooping on people and on pets. That can be quite a scary experience. As you can imagine, a typical seagull can weigh up to 1.5 kilograms, that's 3 pounds. Their wingspan is 1.5 metres, that could around 5 foot. These are very sizable animals. Clearly you don't want something of this size, this weight, this speed flying at you. It can be quite a terrifying experience. We've had 60 reports of attacks in the past 2 years. That seems to be getting worse. Tensions rising, frustrations rising here on the coast. We want to send a clear message that we're taking action. We want to do more to try and address these issues.
Yeah, and it is serious, isn't it? The weight of one of those seagulls, the same weight as a pineapple or a laptop hitting your head, so that really would hurt. So just tell us about this strategy then that's going to be brought into place to tackle these problems.
Yeah, so we've taken a number of actions over the years with mixed success, to be honest with you. We recognise these issues are growing. We're recognising the frustrations locally. We want to make sure that Scarborough, Whitby, Filey, our coast is a great destination for people to visit, a great place to live as well. So we have to act, we have to do more, and that's why we're devising this new strategy. We want to think creatively about what we can do, make that as all-encompassing as possible. It's very difficult for us as a council. The gulls are a protected species, of course. This is their home too, and we have to make sure that we're complying with the very strict laws that are in place. We have had a number of actions already that we've taken as a council. We're trying to send a clear message to people not to drop litter, not to feed the seagulls. By their very nature, the seagulls are not aggressive animals, but They have learnt behaviour from us, from humans, so we have to take responsibility. Clearly, fried fish, chips, ice cream, they're not part of a seagull's natural diet. We want to avoid that interaction, that conflict between humans and the birds. We have a street cleansing regime that's in place. We're out twice a day, every day, trying to keep our streets clean. That's a thankless task. By the time we've cleaned the footpath, by midday it's white like snow once again. We're trying to keep the birds away from the seafront, away from the town centre. We're looking at gull towers off the coast on the cliff sides here to keep them away from people, creating sort of artificial habitats for them. The Grand Hotel that you can see behind us is a particular hotspot location. They're going to spend £100,000 on what we call Gull Alley. You've been down there, we've had a walk down it, you've seen the problems, you have to watch your head. Be very vigilant in that location because of the nesting kittiwakes. They're very noisy, cause a lot of disturbance. So there's a number of actions taking place. We want to do more. We want to make sure that our coast is a destination of choice, a safe place to visit, a great place to live.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. Thank you for bringing us up to date with what's happening here in Scarborough and across the North Yorkshire coast to tackle the problems that seagulls have been bringing here.
OK, Anna, thank you very much indeed.
I must say, it brings it home when Anna said it's like a laptop flying down at your
head. Yeah,
that is not funny.
They are big. They are great big things.
That's why I was wondering what about falcons? They bring in falcons to clear areas of pigeons, don't they? Maybe, I mean, seagulls are big.
Might not be enough. No. I like the idea of gull towers though, out in the sea. And creating these sort of habitats for them. That's a good idea. Well, that made it a little tourist attraction.
But they like fish and chips and ice cream cones, don't they?
Yeah, well, it's wise. The councillor quite rightly said we've got to behave ourselves and keep litter to the minimum and all the rest of it because we've trained them into bad ways.
Oh, litter is so depressing, isn't it? When you drive around and you've stopped at a roundabout or something and you just look at the sides of the road. And there's so much litter everywhere. It's an absolute scourge on our society, isn't it?
There is someone near where we live who's... I've seen him out, like, really early in the morning with a bag and a litter picker. And it's just a person.
That's wonderful, just somebody...
Well, it is, but again, that's a thankless task,
It is,
isn't it? And
because there'll be more every day, yeah.
Yeah, but hats off to them for doing it.
Litter louts are really awful.
Well, that's a campaign we should start. Keep Britain tidy and all that. Right, it was, as you saw, a bit of a grey day to start with in Scarborough. What's it like where you are? Here's Aidan McGivern.
Despite the morning rain, it'll be a nice, warm, cosy day ahead. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hi there, good morning. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. There'll be some bright spells around this weekend, even a little sunshine, but an awful lot of cloud remains and it will feel a little colder, particularly across southern parts of the country. In fact, where we do get cloud breaks overnights, it's likely to be frosty at times this weekend, and that's the case this morning. A chill in the air and a few mist and fog patches. As we go through the day, any fog will tend to clear and some low cloud will break up. Decent sunshine breaking out across parts of North Wales, Northern England, Northern Scotland in particular, but we'll get the low cloud remaining. 3 or 4 Celsius, a few spots of drizzle, not feeling very pleasant at all. It's going to be windier towards the far northwest, but lighter winds further south, where, as we go into the evening, we keep a lot of the low cloud and mist, a few spots of drizzle. Where we do have clear skies remaining, yeah, it'll go frosty and foggy in places. Otherwise, for much of Northern Ireland, Scotland as well, it stays breezier, although out of the breeze for Northern Scotland with the clear skies, a touch of frost also possible here. So mixed conditions overnight, but the one prevailing theme is that high pressure remains nearby, so it's generally settled, mostly dry, except for northwest Scotland, parts of Northern Ireland, where we will see a few spots of rain arriving by dawn tomorrow. But tomorrow's a very mixed bag first thing, a frost in places, some fog patches, a lot of low cloud, 3 or 4 degrees where we've got the low cloud. But for northeast Scotland, northeast England, that's where the best place will be for sunshine, I think, early on and into the afternoon. Otherwise, a lot of low cloud remains right the way through the day. Some drizzle, perhaps even some snowflakes over the hills of Northern England and Wales. Feeling cold in the south, mild in the northwest, but some rain turns up later.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Do stay with us. Still to come, it looks like pensioners can't catch a break at the moment. There's talk now of means testing the state pension. We're debating whether that's a good idea next.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. Maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
Lisa, you got in touch with me and you flagged this survey because you were concerned as a parent that your child had been given this to fill out.
Yeah, I mean, my daughter came home from school, she was very confused. She was asking why somebody would want to hurt themselves if they were feeling sad or worried about something. So that led to a conversation that we had, and I actually phoned the school and asked them to send me the survey, which with a lot of pushing, they eventually did send me the survey. And when I read through it, I was just completely shocked at the content. The survey says when I'm feeling worried that maybe I should try cutting or harming myself, because it's in the survey, so that must be an option. I've tried everything else, so why not try this?
It is astonishing that some of these are young children who are perhaps being introduced to these, these abuses for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, there's a list of 17 different types of drugs, some of which I've actually never heard of myself. I mean, the wording on here is, have you ever got high from taking drugs? I mean...
And we know that some of these behaviours, self-harm, gender dysphoria, taking drugs, are psychologically contagious. Children do them because they see other children do them, or they find out about them from the internet or from surveys like this. So the idea that this is just information gathering and won't go any further than that is ridiculous. There was a similar survey in Scotland, I think, about 3 years ago, where children the same age, 11, 12, 13, were asked about their sex lives. How many times have you had sex in the last year? How did you have sex? Did you use contraception? Totally normalising underage sex. So the idea that children are just mini adults and we can confront them with all the same kind of ideas and dilemmas that adults have to face is just ridiculous.
GB News, the People's Channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
We're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
I'm Emily Carver. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
This January, history will be made again.
Join GB News as we bring you full coverage of Donald Trump's presidential inauguration.
From the swearing-in ceremony to the celebrations, we'll be there to capture every moment that shapes the next chapter of world politics.
The best guests, live updates and unparalleled insight as Donald Trump becomes the 47th President of the United States. The inauguration Monday from 3 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's 8:26. Now, Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch has started a bit of a row after being accused of wanting to water down the triple lock pension by means testing the payments.
She's since denied it and says she was misunderstood. She's said things like that before, hasn't she? But the Prime Minister has now piggybacked, if you like, on the discussion to say that Labour can't rule out future pension changes.
So, is it getting to the point where the elderly are just Britain's economic punch bag, an easy target? Let's talk to former Labour Special Advisor and columnist Paul Richards and pension expert at the financial consultancy, the Lancat, Tom McPhail. Good to see you both this morning. Paul, from a political perspective, is it sensible, is it realistic to basically not rule anything out?
Well, I think the Conservatives do have a Kemi problem now, which is that she says things out loud, which create these enormous political rows, and then they have to sort of retract and row back from it. And I was reviewing the tape this morning. I mean, what she said in response to a question on the triple lock was this: could it be means tested, i.e., cut many people? This is exactly the sort of thing we should be looking at, she said. So she said it very clearly, and they've had to sort of run a mile from it. And it makes me wonder whether the mask has slipped a little bit and whether this is actually the thinking that is going on. But we don't know because, as you know, Kemi has said no policies. We're not going to know any policies. And it opens her up to these political attacks. And, of course, Reform and Labour and the Lib Dems all leapt on this yesterday and have all done their attack ads on social media saying Tories are coming after your pensions.
Yeah, but Labour didn't jump on it. Keir Starmer couldn't rule out looking at changes himself in the future. I mean, which boils down back to that point. Do we need to start looking at these things? We know the state pension has a finite lifespan anyway.
Well, Labour has said that it will support the triple lock on pensions, and that's sort of a fairly major early commitment. But it's also said there is going to be a review of the relationship between private pensions, the state pension, things like the winter fuel allowance and other top-ups. So, you know, there is an ongoing conversation. But I think the idea of the Conservatives saying they're going to means test the state pension will raise an awful lot of alarm with people. That sounds like a very worrying development.
Although, Tom, I mean, the present situation can't go on forever, can it? It's unsustainable.
Yeah, well, I agree. And to pick up your previous guest, the other speaker's comments, you know, if the Conservatives have a Kemi problem, I think Labour have a Rachel Reeves problem. You know, the only thing that's going to get us out of the situation we're in now is economic growth, because the sustainability of providing for our elderly in the very long term is a huge challenge for whoever is in power. You look at the cumulative cost of healthcare, social care and pensions over the next 40, 50 years. So in the long term, it's going to go up from around 15% of GDP today to around 25%. And that's going to be a huge burden that has to be met. In the short term, I think the risks to pensioners are relatively modest. We're going to carry on doing what we're doing, and any changes will be a fairly modest adjustment. In the longer term, you know, even the new pensions minister Torsten Bell has said the triple lock is not sustainable. Everybody agrees the triple lock is not sustainable. What no one quite knows what to do is how we replace it, what we move to. And you always need a system that incentivizes people to make self-provision, that encourages people to save their own money on top of the state pension. And the universal principle of the state pension, where we all pay in and we all benefit, I think is something no one wants to lose. And just one other statistic for you, more than half of pensioners rely on the state pension for more than half of their income. It's a huge pillar of people's retirement security. So, you know, the idea that you could just means test it tomorrow and start taking money away from people is for the birds. Any changes we're talking about have to be fed in very gradually over the long term. The problem is there's no consensus about what that should look like.
No, but I mean, the issue, Tom, is, as you say, if more than 50% of pensioners are relying on the state pension for more than 50% of their income, it means you can't do anything now, but actually in 10, 15, 20 years, we need to change those figures round, don't we?
Yes, we do. And you know, the other problem is the pension review the current government is now looking at, which has some good ideas in it, has just shelved the second half of that review, which would have looked at the adequacy of people's retirement savings. What we need to do is to find ways, and this is not easy because, you know, there's no money. We've been experiencing a cost of living crisis, but we need to find ways to get people to put aside a little bit more of today's consumption and defer it and put it into pensions for tomorrow. People aren't saving enough money at the moment, and unless we change that, we're always going to have this problem coming down the tracks at us.
Paul, how do you see people being able to save in this sort of situation, especially if they're older already, and hopefully looking forward to, you know, a couple of decades at least of retirement. I mean, that's the point, isn't it? Society's changed. Ooh, is Paul not there? Not hearing me? No, I think the image is frozen. Yes. Oh, dear. What a shame. OK, well, thank you, gentlemen, both. Anyway, it is a problem if we're expected to save because to accept totally the pension is not going to be enough. I think we're already in that situation.
I think we are, for anyone. I mean, the concern is, obviously, for those people who are currently claiming state pension, and obviously you don't want that to change. And perhaps that's what Kemi Badenoch meant, not that it's going to change for those people who are currently claiming state pension, but it might change for those who haven't yet started claiming it.
But she can't go on answering questions and saying something that she then later has to say,
retract.
You misunderstood me.
No.
She needs to be able to speak without being misunderstood much more plainly, I think, don't you?
Yeah, she does. Yeah,
At the moment, it's put the fear into a lot of people. Witness the front page of the Daily Express, which says, you know, please do not touch our... no, I can't find it.
No.
Don't touch our triple lock.
But I mean,
that is what everybody is going to be frightened of. People who are on pensions now thinking, oh, my goodness, are they going to come after that as well now?
But it does fit. I mean, this is why, and I totally get it, that if you are of that pensionable age and you feel like you're being attacked by Labour over winter fuel, you're being attacked by Tories over triple lock...
And you can't make ends meet as it is. There you are, that's the Daily Express. Don't you dare target triple lock again. I see a campaign coming on, don't you?
Yeah, but I tell you what, but then all these parties, Labour wonder why it's losing support. The Tories wonder why they're bleeding support to reform. I think, well, it's stuff like this, isn't it? I mean, if you're a pensioner, what are you going to think with all of this?
You're going to think they're coming after you in a different way again.
Especially with as you said earlier on, the local elections coming up in a lot of places, which is, you know, just a way to have your say. It's a way to get your voice heard. What are you going to do? To balance it out, the Lib Dems are very much behind the triple lock, but of course they say they brought it in because it was coalition. 2011 it came in, and the Lib Dems, Ed Davey yesterday saying, well, it was actually down to the Lib Dems pushing this through.
And it's issues like this that are really going to matter when it comes to the local elections, I think. And that is when you would hope and expect a decent opposition to make some headway.
You would think. Anyway, if you're worried about money, and of course who isn't at the moment, about £50,000 would help. Sadly, it can only be won by one of you. However, that is £50,000 guaranteed to be won by someone, and it's totally tax-free. If you want to enter, the clock is ticking on this one. Here's how you do it.
I'm Nana Akua. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Lately, it's getting much better. people getting more educated in terms of overall well-being of the skin health rather than temporary aesthetic treatments. Because most of the treatments in aesthetic, it doesn't change the texture of the skin, it just gives like volumetric result or remove the wrinkles temporarily.
So what are the most popular treatments that people are after?
According to a statistic report, first is anti-wrinkle, then dermal filler, then energy-based device. Yeah. But lately, biostimulators also became very popular. And
what do you mean by biostimulators?
Biosimulator, any substance that can change the texture of the skin, or like it will lead to postpone the aging process, or proliferate more collagen, increase the elasticity of the skin, such as polynucleotide or exosome, or different vitamins and minerals in a form of mesotherapy considered as a biostimulator.
Turkey's a particularly popular destination because the costs are so much lower. There have also been a lot of horror stories about what can happen when things go wrong, even people dying from post-surgery complications. What would you advise people?
Choose as a practitioner or surgeon very carefully and never prioritize price over quality. This is your face after all, your body after all. And mistakes can be reversible. It can be irreversible, and sometimes it's not like a booking restaurant or hotel. It's a sensitive matter that can affect their confidence and skin and body for life. Yeah. So they need to choose very wisely. They need to search what kind of methodology that particular surgeon, they perform the treatments. Are they using any safety tools?
GB News, the People's Channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get the book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Bev Turner. Thank you for joining us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Sports news now. Aidan McGee is here. And sadly, I mean, there really is only one story, and that's the sad demise of the lawman.
That's right. Dennis Law, it was announced by his family last night that he had died. He was diagnosed with Alzheimer's and dementia just 4 years ago. But yeah, quite simply one of the great striking talents of the British game. And we can talk now with Mark Lawrenson, the former European Cup winner with Liverpool. Good morning to you, first of all, Mark. Mark, what are your recollections of Dennis Law, the man and the player?
Well, you know, the word great is overused, I think, in a lot of sentences we hear throughout the world, whatever they're talking about. But this fellow was a great player, absolutely fantastic. He joined Huddersfield Town at, I think it was about 15. Imagine that coming down from Scotland. And, you know, the fact that he got down there and he looked like nothing of him. And all of a sudden, when people saw him play, they went, wow, this guy's a real player. And obviously, it's well documented. He then went to Italy to play for Torino. The thing about Dennis as well, though, was the fact, forget about the football for a minute in terms of Manchester United, but what a top bloke. I always had a little joke for you whenever you met him and everything. And he was just, you would never, ever know that he was a footballer until you saw him play. I remember Nobby Stiles telling me that one day they were playing. It was England, Scotland at Hampden, massive. The place was a sellout and everything. And as they're coming out of the dressing rooms, they had to stop for a little bit. And Nobby said, as I stopped, he said, I was right next to the lawman. And he said, and I went to speak to him, and he just looked at me as though to say, you don't speak to me. This is Scotland versus England. So he basically gave Nobby a lesson in, like, forget about that, mate. I'm coming out to really sort you out.
And Mark, it could have been different history-wise, couldn't it? Because when he was at Huddersfield, he was managed by the Liverpool great Bill Shankly. He wanted to take him to Anfield, but actually couldn't afford him.
No, exactly. And I mean, and I think that's obviously then when he went to Torino. And that obviously, in terms of, can you imagine that? I mean, today it's nothing jumping on a plane, etc. But didn't speak the language. I think there's a guy called Jerry Hitchens as well went with him, which obviously helped him. But yeah, he could have played. He could have played for Shanks. But then football's full of stories like that, isn't it? But you know, when he went to Manchester United, part of the Holy Trinity with George Best and obviously Bobby Charlton. But he was loved by everybody. Even the opposition teams would love him, or they'd hate to play against him. But he was just one of those guys who had a fantastic way of speaking to you, you know, and you say to him, you know, what a fantastic player. And he went, no, it's nothing to do with me. It's to do with the rest of the team. But always had a joke as well for you. So a real proper person as much as an absolutely fantastic football player.
And Mark, what about his role in that rebuild that Sir Matt Busby produced after 58? How significant was that? Because they were European Cup winners within 10 years of the disaster. Yeah, no, it was great. And he played with a guy up front called David Hurd, and they played off each other. And obviously, you've got Bobby Charlton there strolling across the midfield. They just had an absolutely fantastic team, and you know, everyone knows they went on to win the European Cup as well. But he was just a good. I'll say just a goalkeeper, a goal scorer. He was an outstanding goal scorer, but he had a bit of meanness in him. You know, if you tackled him, he'd have a little look, and then when he got a chance, he'd let you have one. That's the way that he was. He was quite fiery, but just an absolutely lovely person and a real top player. I mean, as I say, the three players that played together for Man United, which they've got the statue outside. I think Dennis has got another statue somewhere near the ground as well. So he's actually got two statues at Manchester United. Now, do you know anyone else with two statues? I don't. I don't know that many people with one. Well, I haven't got one. Won't be long, Mark. Listen, Mark, thanks very much indeed for your contribution this morning, reflecting on the life of Dennis Law, who died sadly last night at the age of 84.
Yeah, it is sad news, but to be so well remembered is a tribute to him, I think.
Great shame as well. He didn't play in more World Cups. He played in one in 1974, but Scotland didn't qualify.
Towards the end of the end of his career.
That's right, 33, I think he was. Yeah.
OK, Aidan, thanks very much indeed.
Right, just in case you fancy, as I am doing, thinking of where to go to get some sun, if you're in search of some winter sun as well, here's the forecast for some of the top European holiday destinations.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries, all sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
For anyone hoping to escape the midwinter gloom in the UK and find some sunshine, well, things are improving across the central Med, but they are deteriorating in Iberia. We've had some decent sunshine, and that continues in Spain. But for Portugal, a band of rain moves in on Sunday, and that will progress across Spain into Gibraltar during the next few days. Meanwhile, this low, which was named Storm Gabri by the Italians, is weakening, so less wind and rain for Italy, but it stays breezy in the Greek islands.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
And then fashionistas are keen to see which new trends are set to hit the catwalk.
Well, our next guest is very well placed to share her predictions with us after being a contestant on hit ITV series Dress the Nation, as well as being an upcycling and sewing consultant.
Wow. Joining us now is Tendai Murewe. I want to go back to you appearing on the ITV Dress the Nation.
Right.
Tell us about that experience. What was that like?
Oh, that was one of my highlights as an upcycling consultant. I learned to sew in my kitchen 5 years ago. And then, you know, during COVID, just making masks. Then the next thing I was on a Dress the Nation, making dresses in front of TV. Yeah, it was just incredible. I think we all had all these clothes that we have, but we don't know what to do with them. So mainly I started with men's jackets, taking off the sleeves and putting it like a print on.
I've tried this. I've tried taking off my sleeves before. I now have about 3 jackets with no sleeves. I never managed to put them back on.
You need to come to a workshop. You need to come to a workshop.
I need an upcycling consultant. 2025, what can we expect fashion-wise?
I think bold prints are back. People are loving. I think you walk on the streets in frollals and oversized men's jackets.
So the exact opposite. We have drastically underperformed this morning. You're just saying not like us.
We just woke up this morning and thought it's winter, it's cold, it's grey.
Grey, miserable.
Is that not the way to go?
No, it is. It's still, I think because fashion is expressive. It's whatever you want to express yourself. You know?
GB News, the People's Channel.
This January, history will be made again.
Join GB News as we bring you full coverage of Donald Trump's presidential inauguration.
From the swearing-in ceremony to the celebrations, we'll be there to capture every moment that shapes the next chapter of world politics.
The best guests, live updates and unparalleled insight as Donald Trump becomes the 47th President of the United States. The inauguration Monday from 3 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent? I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Right, Duncan Barks and Kevin Schofield are taking us through the papers this morning. Hello, you two. Kevin, in the eye. Train drivers want even more money.
Yeah, another problem coming down the tracks for
get out.
Rachel Reeves. I mean, this was always going to happen, wasn't it? They weren't going to say thanks very much for that money.
Well, they actually said, didn't they? Thank you very much for that, but we will be in touch again.
Yeah. Absolutely. So basically, the deal that they got from Louise Haigh, who the former Transport Secretary, was a 3-year deal. They got 5% in 22-23, 4.75% the year after, and 4.5% this year. And what Mick Whelan has told the Eye is that, well, we want more next time. So we want more than 4.5%. Now, considering that inflation at the moment is running at about 2.5%, that's nearly twice the rate of inflation, basically, which is a lot of money. And there's just no way. The government's offered 2.8, which I think is probably the upper limit of what they can afford.
So what's the average salary of a train driver?
It's 59,000. Which is the highest in Europe. So again, I think when a lot of these disputes, when it's the nurses, there's an awful lot of public sympathy for them. I just wonder whether, when it comes to train drivers, they say 59 grand, highest in Europe, whether they'd be the same level. And also, just people are just so annoyed. Train strikes annoy people so much.
I think the public's patience is, if it's not exhausted already, will soon run out.
Yeah, but the question is, how is the government going to respond?
Exactly. And, you know, they've made a rod for their own backs. As Kevin says, Louise Haigh, when she was Transport Secretary, one of the first things she did is gave them this inflation-busting pay rise. And basic psychology tells you, once you start giving in to people, they'll come back and try and do it again.
Do you think they naively just thought that will shut them up? Give them a good pay rise. They'll go away and we won't have to worry about them again.
Well, yeah, it was a short term, right, we'll have to get these strikes over. They dogged the last couple of years of the Conservative government. Part of the reason why they were so unpopular. If we come in, settle it straight away, we've ended the strikes, look how great we are, which is fine in the very short term. But, you know, 5-year parliament, that's an awful lot of pay talk still to come down.
Honestly, I just don't know if it's 2025 or 1975.
It does feel like we've gone back to the 70s.
Doesn't it?
I mean, this is not going to go away because it's not just another year, let's have another pay rise. We're seeing a lot of the rail companies be renationalised or brought into public ownership under something called Great British Railways. And what ASLEF is saying, and Mick Whelan is ASLEF's top man, which is, hang on a second, we've got new working practices here. You want us to do this or not do this or whatever. we're going to have to talk about this. So this is not going to go away anytime soon.
No.
Can we have a look at this awful story of this woman who's been scammed? It's in the Mail.
This is a warning to all of us, really, regarding artificial intelligence, because you can look at this and go, I would never be caught out like this. And you start reading this detail. We know this lady is Anne. Her marriage had broken down. She was separated from a millionaire husband. And it appears she started to have a message exchange online with someone who was pretending to be Brad Pitt. And you might be thinking, well, anyone could do that. So she started exploring and thought, well, hang on a second, is this true? Send me some pictures and stuff. And as a result of artificial intelligence, pictures were sent, messages were sent, and she was led to believe she was in some kind of online relationship with Brad Pitt, to the point that the story then unravels, and this group of scammers who were pretending to be Brad Pitt would say things like, I need some money because I'm currently in a coma. And I'm being fined by Hollywood studios because a film is not running on schedule, and she'd wire him tens of thousands of pounds.
Yeah, he alleged that, and these are the fake pictures he sent, which frankly are awful fakes. But he was saying to her, I can't access any of my money at the moment because of my terrible divorce from Angelina, and I'm in real trouble, and here are hospital pictures of me. I mean, if you say they're AI, OK, but they just look like very old-fashioned Photoshop, frankly.
I think it comes down to
really badly done,
remarkably vulnerable.
But she must have been very vulnerable to believe.
And she says in the piece as well that whoever it was knew how to talk to women. Very convincing. The language that they used, very charming, and she fell for it, and it's cost an awful lot of money.
It's awful. If you find yourself in a vulnerable situation, you need someone to talk to. Let's just remind you about the Samaritans, of course, that you can talk to for free at any time on 116 123.
It's a terrible story because she lost so much money.
So much money.
So much money.
We've only got 45 seconds. Should we talk about getting older, Kevin?
Yeah, why not?
What's the sign that you actually are, in the end, old?
Well, apparently 43 is the age that you start turning into your parents, according to this article. And very helpfully, they've got a list of 20 telltale signs, including complain about the weather, fall asleep on the sofa, you pack your holiday suitcase neatly, you don't just chuck it all in. You use loyalty cards and count your rewards or points. Hello. Repeat the same jokes. You have a thicker winter duvet. Well, obviously, you've got to have that.
So
I reckon...
I like the one that you have your own chair.
You have your own chair. My favourite is you don't recognise music in the charts, and that's me bang to right.
I think that's all of us, actually.
Paul Weller, I'm not interested.
Right, gents, you old devils, get off. Good to see you this morning.
Thank you.
Here's...
A chilly start will give way to a lovely, warm afternoon. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hi there, good morning. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. There'll be some bright spells around this weekend, even a little sunshine, but an awful lot of cloud remains, and it will feel a little colder, particularly across southern parts of the country. In fact, where we do get cloud breaks overnights, it's likely to be frosty at times this weekend, and that's the case this morning. A chill in the air and a few mist and fog patches. As we go through the day, any fog will tend to clear and some low cloud will break up. Decent sunshine breaking out across parts of North Wales, Northern England, Northern Scotland in particular, but where we'll get the low cloud remaining. 3 or 4 Celsius, a few spots of drizzle, not feeling very pleasant at all. It's going to be windier towards the far northwest, but lighter winds further south, where, as we go into the evening, we keep a lot of the low cloud and mist, a few spots of drizzle. Where we do have clear skies remaining, it'll go frosty and foggy in places. Otherwise, for much of Northern Ireland, Scotland as well, it stays breezier, although out of the breeze for Northern Scotland with the clear skies, a touch of frost also possible here. So mixed conditions overnight, but the one prevailing theme is that high pressure remains nearby, so it's generally settled, mostly dry, except for northwest Scotland, parts of Northern Ireland, where we will see a few spots of rain arriving by dawn tomorrow. But tomorrow's a very mixed bag first thing, a frost in places, some fog patches, a lot of low cloud, 3 or 4 degrees where we've got the low cloud. But for northeast Scotland, northeast England, that's where the best place will be for sunshine, I think, early on and into the afternoon. Otherwise, a lot of low cloud remains right the way through the day. Some drizzle, perhaps even some snowflakes over the hills of northern England and Wales. Feeling cold in the south, milder in the northwest, but some rain turns up later.
A nice bright morning will generate a lovely warm day, right through to the evening. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
On demand. Good luck. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Ironic article in The Guardian, Nick, caring about facts.
Yeah, this is Meta is ushering in a world without facts, says Nobel Peace Prize winner. And they just seem to give these Nobel Peace Prizes to anyone these days. It's Maria Ressa.
Not working.
Zuckerberg came out, and it was very bold. He said a few things. We're going to use community notes instead of fact checkers. Fact checkers in inverted commas, because it just means people pushing usually a specific viewpoint. Community notes seems to be a great system that X uses, so why not do that? I think that's great. He's going to reduce restrictions on topics like immigration and gender. Good, because I'm against censorship. He's going to push back on governments around the world that are going after American companies and pushing to censor more, which is great. He's also moving content moderation to Texas instead of California, which is banter. So now the cynical version is he's just realises we've got a new regime, it's the MAGA era, and I want to be mates with Trump, who said that I should that if I interfere with the 2024 election, he should spend the rest of his life in prison. So he did mention he might be a bit scared of that. He was involved in that in Facebook suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop scandal, and I feel that he didn't like being a part of all that from watching.
And also the suppression of arguments about gender and sex, what is biological sex and whatnot. You get banned for saying there are two sexes.
They're on the wrong side of this, and now he's correcting. But the weird thing is the people, of course, the people who don't like this, the lefties, this person, Ressa, is saying that this is a big problem. That it's an extremely dangerous time. I've seen all this from the lefties. They just call it disinformation. They're worried about this because to them it's disinformation. To other people it's information.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I think we can all agree if people think they're getting their facts just directly from Facebook, then something's horribly wrong. But we know that. The community notes thing, I think, is quite good because that sort of first-hand experience people are putting down, aren't they?
Yeah. People have loads of different views come together, and it's an aggregate. So that's why it works.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Good morning. Labour's Chagos Islands deal is in chaos.
Incoming President Donald Trump steps in to stop Starmer signing away that all-important territory.
Well, as a new era is about to get underway, they're calling it Trump Take Two.
Our very own Bev Turner is in Washington, in amongst all the excitement, and she caught up with Reform UK leader Nigel Farage.
I suggest Keir Starmer has a long, hard think over the weekend about what this relationship needs to be. Right now, the truth is, I mean, we're in a good place here tonight at this party, but in terms of the two governments, it's not very pretty.
Millionaires flee Britain over Labour's tax plans, prompting concerns it's really going to damage the economy.
Farm tax furore. MSPs join the revolt as fears grow for the future of family farms.
North Yorkshire cracks down on seagulls. Find out what they're doing.
Seagulls are a staple of the seaside, but here in Scarborough and across the North Yorkshire coast, they've been causing problems for visitors and residents. We'll be speaking to a North Yorkshire councillor to find out what strategy has been put in place to tackle the issue with the birds.
It's farewell to the king of the Stretford End. Tributes are paid within football and far beyond for Manchester United legend Dennis Law, who's died at the age of 84.
Grey and gloomy for many of us. Crisp winter sunshine, though, for some. I'll have the full weekend forecast coming up very soon.
It's just gone 9 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
We've been talking about getting older and sort of when you become your parents. Oh, that's the thing. One thing which has happened to me, actually, in the last 24 hours, which is very much like my parents, is I had a message on the NHS app saying, just a reminder that you've got a GP appointment on Monday at 10 o'clock.
And you're thinking?
I'm thinking, what? And I looked in my phone, and it is in my diary.
But you don't know
And
why?
it says GP blood test.
Oh.
So it must be something.
But you don't know why?
I don't know why.
No.
I don't know why. I can only assume it's a diabetic thing.
Well, I would have thought so.
But
it means they're just keeping an eye on your bloods.
But that doesn't... so I don't know. So I've agreed and made an appointment for the GP for blood test, and I have no idea what.
Well,
Nice surprise for you, isn't it?
Yeah, the GP will say, now, what can I do for you?
They will.
And you'll say, you can tell me why I'm here.
Yeah. I have
And then
no idea.
he really is getting old.
Yeah, I have no idea. Isn't that awful, though? It's really just... And you know when you walk downstairs for something and you get to the bottom and
that drives you balmy.
You've forgotten what you've come for.
Yeah, always.
You're
I
doing
go in the
that a lot
kitchen
now.
and forgotten why I think, why am I, what? And you have to go outside again, don't you, and come back in to see if that just...
Jogs it.
That is really a sign of age, I'm afraid.
Isn't it terrible?
If I said to either of you who were the Mitford sisters, would you know?
No.
The Mitford sisters were very famous socialite sisters. Nancy, Unity, there were several, but there were three very famous ones, and they were the society girls.
Yes.
They were always pictured falling out of nightclubs and things like that, you know, in their day. Well, this is an extraordinary story that the Mail is running at the moment. They've got Hitler's British girlfriend's diaries. Right? And she was Unity Mitford, one of the very famous Mitford sisters. In the 1920s, they were the it girls, you know. And lo and behold, I didn't know at all that Unity Mitford had a real relationship going with Adolf Hitler just before the war. And she thought he was wonderful. And what we didn't know is that she kept a diary. And it's all in there. All of her feelings about him, and that he kept kissing her hand, and she thought he was wonderful. He was heavenly, like an angel. I mean, for heaven's sake. And then the diary suddenly stopped 2 days before war was declared.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but my goodness. And do you know, she apparently suffered such shame about it, although she never said that that she regretted her relationship. But she clearly was very, upset about the war and everything, that she put a shotgun to her head in a field in Britain and shot herself. And she survived with terrible brain damage. And she died some years later. But she actually, tried to commit suicide in a field in Britain.
Should we be surprised in the sense that, I mean, it's awful to think of him being thought of as being charming and delightful and heavenly, but he was someone who was very charismatic in his. I mean, the devotion he had in Germany. At
he was
the time,
a world leader, and power is very, very beguiling.
Well, it is.
Isn't it?
But think of the crowds and the speeches. It doesn't work for us now. It all seems very odd. But at the time, some people were entranced by it.
And you can sense that she must have been terribly excited to be part of his inner circle, at least when he was when she was allowed. But apparently, their relationship did. Eva Braun was particularly annoyed.
Well, she would be.
Her proximity, yes. But it's fascinating stuff. And nobody knew that these diaries existed. But apparently, the Mail's reporters have been sort of seeking it out and trying to find out more. Verifying it, because if you remember, there was that terrible scandal about the Sunday Times buying the Hitler diaries back in the 70s, paying a fortune for them.
83, I think it was.
It 80s?
But it was, and it was 60 volumes of Hitler diaries.
And running them in the newspaper, and then they found out that the paper that they were written on was modern and had been used before, and the ink wasn't old and things like that. They were absolute fakes. So the Mail has been very, very careful to make sure this isn't but it's still fascinating.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? It's an interesting glimpse back into history, which makes you wonder what we'll think about this in another 80 years' time. The whole Chagos Islands mess, and it is a mess now. This deal from Sir Keir Starmer, which was started by the Tories, signed off by Labour, then the change of government, and then it's all just turned into a complete mess. Anyway, it seems to be delayed now, and this is because of America's concerns over Chinese influence.
Yes, amongst other things, I think. Back in October, the government announced that it would hand over sovereignty of the island to Mauritius, where there is a joint US and UK military base.
Yeah, Diego Garcia. The hold up now seems to be direct intervention from Trump's incoming team. That, as the president-elect is enjoying a weekend of celebrations ahead of his inauguration on Monday.
And then, of course, here in the UK, things aren't so rosy, because it's revealed a record number of millionaires have escaped Britain since Mr Starmer's entry into number 10.
Yeah, it's not just one or two. Last year alone, it's thought 10,000 millionaires migrated.
The Treasury is now facing pressure to revive the non-dom tax status because there are fears that more millionaires will leave our shores.
Well, earlier we spoke to the political commentator Tim Scott and asked him, does it really matter if millionaires are leaving Britain?
I think it does matter, because they pay a disproportionate amount of tax, and my goodness, do we need extra money at the moment to fund our public services? So part of what's going on here is this is the so-called non-domicile status, which Labour are attacking and taking away. So you've got to consider the top 1% of earners in Britain pay 30% of all the tax. The top 5% of earners pay half. So if you're one of the 99% or the 95%, actually that's a bargain. And as these people leave the country, you know, the rest of us are going to have to take up the slack.
Non-dom, though, is that much of an issue in the sense that they contribute to the economy in lots of ways, of course, but, of course, they're not paying the same tax?
Well, this is true. I think Labour have called it a loophole. I wouldn't call it a loophole. It's actually a clever way of getting wealthy people from abroad to come and live in Britain. Now, I know there was this controversy with Rishi Sunak's wife, that she was given the status when she appeared to be living here anyway. If you ran it properly, you wouldn't give the status to people who are already living here. The whole idea is to attract wealthy people who are wealthy enough to live anywhere. The kind of people who they'd have a villa in Marbella. I mean, Charlie Mullins from Pimlico Plumbers has already fled to his villa. They'll have a chalet in Switzerland, that type of person. Wealthy enough to live anywhere. You want them to come and live in London and pay tax here.
But presumably they are likely as well, though, to bring business here. They may have businesses of their own, which means that they will be employing British people. So it is important to have them.
It is. Now, you pay $30,000 a year for the status as a standing charge, and we do need people who pay into the system. I saw recently 53% of people in Britain are having more paid to them from the system than they're paying back in tax. So we've got to look at our tax base. Somebody's got to pay the tax to fund everything. So the deal is that if you have this non-domicile status, you pay tax here in the UK on, as you say, Anne, you're bringing in money, you're running a business, you're employing people, your business is paying rates, you're paying employers' national insurance, you go shopping at Harrods, you pay VAT or whatever you buy. So that's quite important. But there are plenty of other places that these guys can go and live. Dubai, there are deals in Switzerland. You can do a deal where you pay a set amount of tax. The slight controversy is that if you're from India, for example, to take Rishi Sunak's wife, is you pay your taxes from your home country in your home country, you don't pay it here. That's why there's a slight controversy.
One place you wouldn't want to move to, of course, is the Chagos Islands.
Of course.
Now, what is going on with all this? Because the government announced it was getting rid of it and selling it to Mauritius.
Yes.
Then the government in Mauritius changed and demanded more money.
Yes.
Then they turned round last week and said, well, we're not going to do anything now until we've discussed it with Donald Trump. Now Trump seems to be saying, well, we don't want you to do it anyway. So, I mean, total messery.
Yes, it is. It is. Yes, I can't, Stephen. I can't see anybody going on a non-domicile basis to the Chagos Islands. So this is the deal, or the non-deal, the lack of a deal, that we were going to give away the Chagos Islands to Mauritius and pay for the privilege.
Oh yes, pay for the privilege.
Yeah, we were going to pay a lot of money for the privilege. Now, just a bit of context. This is a group of islands right in the middle of the Indian Ocean, strategically very well located. On the biggest island, Diego Garcia, there's an air base and a secure naval anchorage. Now, it's a bit like Ascension Island in the Atlantic. It's sort of ours, but the Americans use it as well. And the International Court of Justice, which sits in The Hague, issued this non-binding ruling that they shouldn't be British anymore. So we negotiated with Mauritius, another island state, 1,300 miles away. And there's some controversy over it because the negotiations started under the Conservatives and they've concluded under Labour. So they're all pointing the finger at each other and saying, oh, it's your fault for this rotten deal.
But meanwhile, America, which has a very big base there, as you say, presumably they must have been part of the negotiations. And if they weren't, then that's really daft, isn't it? Because, I mean, we rely on American support.
We do.
Military support.
Yeah.
So how could we negotiate away the Chagos Islands without consulting them?
Well, the word is that the Biden administration wasn't too worried about the deal, but the incoming Trump administration is, and particularly Marco Rubio, the Florida senator, who's going to be Trump's Secretary of State, and Mike Waltz, the National Security Advisor, they are very concerned about this deal, and Mauritius is quite cosy with China, or China, as Trump loves to say. So they have the income. Thank goodness, the incoming Trump administration has insisted that the deal be paused, and we may have to go. Well, I hope we do have to go back to square one, because this is a rotten deal. It's not in Britain's interests or the West's interests.
And yet it was one of the very first things Keir Starmer did.
Yes.
In office.
Yes. Now, to be fair, they did inherit the negotiations from the Conservatives. But this is where there's been this finger-pointing, quite literally, across the chamber in the Commons. No, you started, you finished them, no, it's your fault. But this is not a good deal. It's not good for us or for the security of the West.
Now, Manchester United legend and Scotland football star Denis Law has died, you probably heard by now, died last night at the age of 84.
Tributes have been paid across the sporting world, with the Denis Law Legacy Trust describing him as Scotland's greatest ever footballer and a proud Aberdonian.
Aidan's here, and it's just... it's interesting when you get someone like this who is so fondly thought of, whether you're a huge football fan or not.
Absolutely, and it's also a measure of the kind of man he was as well, because a lot of people populating the game right now won't have seen him play. And so their only recollections are of him as a person. He was very warm. I met him a few times, and he always had a joke for you, as Mark Lawrenson said afterwards. But somebody else who know him, I can bring him in now, is England's record caps holder, Peter Shilton. Peter, good morning to you. What are your recollections? What are your recollections of Denis Law, the man and the player?
Well, he was a fantastic man and a fantastic player. I remember watching him when I was supporting Leicester and Manchester United in those days with Law Best Chart were the team everybody wanted to watch. And I was fortunate enough, actually, when I got in the Leicester team at 17 to play against him on 2 or 3 occasions. And, he was just a brilliant player. I mean, he was a lethal finisher, you would say. He was always in the right place at the right time. If as a keeper you dropped the ball, he'd be there to knock it in the net. And, he was a brilliant player.
Peter, talk to me about what he was like on the pitch stylistically. We remember the goal-scoring celebration with the one arm in the air, and he's very good in the air as well. What else was there to his game?
Well, he was all round. I mean, like I say, he was a poacher, really. He was what we used to call in the old days a sniffer striker. He'd be on the end of any mistake that happened. He'd be knocking it in the net. And of course, he was a great player as well. But as you said, his trademark salute was the arm in the air, and he was like, look at me, I'm a pretty good player, you know. He was that sort of, but he was a gentleman off it. I remember sitting next to him at an event once, and you know, we were dealing with the public, and he was just chatting away to everybody, and that's the sort of person who had no edge or ego, you know.
What about at World Cup level? It was a shame he didn't compete in more World Cups, wasn't it? Because when he did get to one in '74 with Scotland, he was probably just slightly past his best.
Yeah, you know, that I think is something he would regret anyway. You know, I mean, at his peak, if Scotland had got the in the World Cup, you know, he could have been, you know, well known around the world, probably even more. But I mean, yeah, that's probably something he probably regretted. But you know, he achieved nearly everything else. He was brilliant. You know, it was a one-off really. The way he reacted and the way he talked to people, and for such a great player, he was brilliant.
And Peter, we look at we remember the well-documented rebuild of Man United by Sir Matt Busby after Munich '58. They won the European Cup 10 years after that, the first English club to do so, of course. How significant was Denis Law in rebuilding that side, particularly with that triumvirate, that Holy Trinity in mind of Best, Charlton and himself?
Yeah, it was a massive part of it. You know, every team needs a striker that's going to get 20 goals a season, and you know, he regularly did that really. And obviously with the likes of Bobby Charlton, who's no longer with us, and George Best. I mean, what a trio to have in your side to build around. He was one of the the great players in the history of Manchester United.
And just finally, Peter, he won what's now known as the Ballon d'Or in 1964, the only Scottish player ever to do so. Just tell us what it was like, that particular accolade at the time. I think it was European Footballer of the Year. How prestigious was that?
Yeah, it was massive. You know, it was, I mean, football's changed a lot now, but certainly, you know, to get that at the time was, was the best really that a player could get, you know, and for a British player, I won't say English because obviously he was Scottish, to get that was some accolade, and you know, he obviously deserved that as well.
Peter, listen, thanks very much indeed for your memories of Denis Law.
Pleasure.
That's Denis Law, who died last night at the age of...
I mean, I must say, it's very sad, obviously, when you mark such a big character, and now he's lost to us. But what a legacy to leave behind. You impress so many people that all they want to say are really good things about you, and that and they clearly feel that you made your mark on the game.
It's interesting.
History.
For two and a half decades, what that group, that generation achieved was a real milestone for the players subsequently, because they just couldn't match that level of attainment, and it wasn't until Alex Ferguson took over.
A lot of our viewers have noted that he had Alzheimer's in the last few years. Was he known for heading the ball, just out of interest?
Yeah, without doubt, yeah, he was. I mean, you'd have to say that was one of probably, I think most fans, if they were going to pick out one stylistic point of his game, it would be the heading.
Oh, really?
Without doubt.
I mean, I know it's...
Well, I mean, he's good at everything, don't get me wrong.
You can't just make these sort of, assumptions. No. But, because dementia sadly hits so many people, but...
And he was 81 when diagnosed as well.
81?
Yes.
No, it's interesting, because they are looking at all that side of things. But as you say, the fact that someone who is so fondly remembered as not just as a great footballer, but as a nice man.
Yes.
Absolutely.
A good man.
No question about it. And he was exactly that. I met him a few times myself, as I mentioned.
Right. Thank you, Aidan. From one Aidan to another, because it's time to have a check on the weather for you today with Aidan McGivern.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hi there, good morning. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. There'll be some bright spells around this weekend, even a little sunshine, but an awful lot of cloud remains, and it will feel a little colder, particularly across southern parts of the country. In fact, where we do get cloud breaks overnights, it's likely to be frosty at times this weekend, and that's the case this morning. A chill in the air and a few mist and fog patches. As we go through the day, any fog will tend to clear and some low cloud will break up. Decent sunshine breaking out across parts of North Wales, Northern England, Northern Scotland in particular, but we'll get the low cloud remaining. 3 or 4 Celsius, a few spots of drizzle, not feeling very pleasant. at all. It's going to be windier towards the far northwest, but lighter winds further south, where, as we go into the evening, we keep a lot of the low cloud and mist, a few spots of drizzle. Where we do have clear skies remaining, yeah, it'll go frosty and foggy in places. Otherwise, for much of Northern Ireland, Scotland as well, it stays breezier, although out of the breeze for northern Scotland with the clear skies, a touch of frost also possible here. So mixed conditions overnight, but the one prevailing theme is that high pressure remains nearby, so it's generally settled, mostly dry, except for northwest Scotland, parts of Northern Ireland, where we will see a few spots of rain arriving by dawn tomorrow. But tomorrow's a very mixed bag first thing, a frost in places, some fog patches, a lot of low cloud, 3 or 4 degrees where we've got the low cloud. But for northeast Scotland, northeast England, that's where the best place will be for sunshine, I think, early on and into the afternoon. Otherwise, a lot of low cloud remains right the way through the day. Some drizzle, perhaps even some snowflakes over the hills of northern England and Wales. Feeling cold in the south, milder in the northwest, but some rain turns up later.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Right, well, time is running out of your chance to become our biggest ever giveaway winner with an incredible £50,000 in your bank account, totally tax-free. Make sure you don't miss out. Here's how to take part.
Imagine how
Best of luck to you. Still to come, we're going to talk to farmer and YouTuber Ollie Harrison about what to do next. There's more farming protests that have been taking place, but what is actually going to happen to this farm family tax? We'll tell you more in a minute.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No, because you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
Figures released by the National Child Measurement Programme in 2024 found that almost 1 in 10 children was obese in the first year of school. Children living in deprived areas are twice as likely to be overweight as those in more affluent parts. Organisations like the Prepped Foundation are educating youngsters about healthy eating by giving them the skills to create balanced meals. TV chef James Golding has joined the foundation as the head of food education, and he joins me now to talk about the work. James, lovely to see you here.
Good to see you too. So Prepped used to be Table Talk Foundation, and it's now obviously Prep for Life, Prep for Knowledge. It's basically a charity to encourage kids to have a better understanding of food, but at the same time enjoy cooking and hopefully make better food choices in their life, as well as perhaps, you know, share the information we give them with their families.
Do you see them developing an understanding of the difference between healthy and unhealthy food?
Yes, I think that, you know, kids tend to sort of be taught a lot of this in school, but being able to actually ask questions to a chef and be able to cook with produce which they know is one, that is going to be tasty because they've tasted it, but two, open their eyes to food that they may not have tried before. I think that, you know, I think a lot of kids say they don't want to try stuff because they don't like the way it looks, but the way that we produce our sessions, you know, we encourage the kids to try, and I think it really does open their eyes. It's very easy, I think, currently to be able to make easier choices, say fast food choices or you know, that type of thing, and it's obviously giving people the ability to make the right choices, but also the skills to be able to do it. So I think it's something that needs to be addressed and something that really needs to be pushed, and that's what we're doing as a charity.
GB News, the People's Channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now, of course, at GB News, we love to hear what you think, and every day we're going to be running our poll of the day. Today we are asking, as Donald Tusk, who is now Premier of Poland, as he asks, or hopes, he said, for a Britain, do you fear a plot to reverse Brexit and return to the EU? So far, 97% of you are concerned, and just 3% actually welcome his intervention. The final result, though, and it could change, will be announced later in Nana Akwia's show. And remember, you can always go to gbnews.com/poll to find out more.
Now, the farmers' furore has continued. MPs from Scotland have penned a letter to the Chancellor demanding the return of ring-fenced funding for farmers.
And this, of course, comes after farmers took their protests to the checkout, as thousands rallied outside supermarkets yesterday.
Let's talk to farmer and YouTuber Ollie Harrison. Morning to you, Ollie. Good to see you. I mean, is there growing momentum here? Is there pressure, enough pressure for any of this to change?
We hope so. We've put a lot of energy into it, and we will do. We'll just keep going until we get this reversal, because I think it's so long since the budget. I need to kind of like start from the beginning again. But basically, the changes in inheritance tax laws now mean that if my father was to pass away, or if I was to pass away, and my children or I want to carry on, the tax bill generated would be 4 times greater than the profits each year that the farm's able to generate on a good year. So effectively, it makes the business just insolvent. It just can't carry on without selling a third of it off. Now, if you sell a third of it off and it wasn't really making much money anyway in bad years, then you just there's no point in farming. So everyone in the UK is now in that boat. So if that then happens and all the farms have to be sold, who's going to buy them? It's just going to be used for carbon offsetting for airlines or big factories or energy companies. And then we're just going to have a complete decline in UK grown food. So that is why we're angry. So, because there's a lot of people talking about tax. It's not really a tax because you're dead. It's kind of a land grab. And it's on an asset that is never liquid. You know, there's an asset value, but a bit like your kidney, it's got an asset, it's got a value, but you don't want to sell it, and you wouldn't. Well, that's the thing with family farms, but this tax will just destroy them. So there's been a lot of anger. We had a march and a rally in London. We've had tractors in London. We've been to supermarkets. There's a few got a bit militant the other week and blocked the distribution centre. There's a lot going on. I mean, I can see scarecrows on the screen at the moment. That's probably another thing we'll be doing. We'll be getting more scarecrows out on roundabouts just to remind them MPs in the constituents that in the next election they will lose their seats unless they stand with the rural constituents.
Now, a lot of people understand what you're saying completely, and a heck of a lot of people support you. But do you feel you're getting anywhere with the government?
It does feel like the front bench have just got the fingers in their ears, not listening and not engaging with anyone. But we have had some conversations with some other MPs and some advisors to the government that actually agree with us now that this policy is completely flawed. I mean, you could say that they could keep the policy, but they just need to change the framework, the numbers within it to make it sustainable. And, you know, we're happy with that. You know, like a complete U-turn and throw it in a bin would be perfect. And, you know, we can just carry on and hope for better weather. But, you know, if they want to do something, work with us, talk to us, and let's move that bar to something that'll not destroy family farms, basically.
What I can't get my head round is that you only have to, when this was all announced, anyone with literally with any bit of common sense only has to look at the proposals for about 5 minutes to realise the problems there. So,
yeah,
how has it got through as far as it has?
I think that's why I've ended up front and centre in this campaign, really, because I was watching the budget live, saw what was said, text me solicitor, and I said, that's the death of family farms. He said, yeah, you're right. So I put a tweet out, and then that's it. And the more you got into the detail and realised, it literally is. There is no way to turn. There's no way around it. So my dad, that morning, you know, he'd worked all his life, you know, building the farm. Every generation of our farms added a bit to it. And now there is this value of it, but we'll never see it. And all he wanted to do was pass it on to me. Well, now, unless he dies before the end of April, I've got a tax bill that I cannot afford without selling some of the farm off. And when I lost 200,000 last year and had to borrow that to keep going to plant things for this summer, and then you're going to have a tax bill on top that's probably 4 or 5 times higher than that, you think, why bother? I might as well just pack up now and go and live in Portugal or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I think everybody could understand you thinking that. However, you are continuing the protest. We saw it in supermarkets yesterday. We've seen it in London and in various other big cities. What's next in the protest?
There's a few things. I mean, date for your diary, it'd be March 4th. I can't say just too much yet, but it'll be in London, and there's a clue in the title. That's obviously Pancake Day, Shrove Tuesday. You know, it's when your cupboards are empty of the empty covers of flour, milk, and eggs, isn't it? Make pancakes. Yes, well, there's probably something going to be happening that day. 25th of January, the NFU have got a day of action, which is going to be a little bit similar to what was happening yesterday with tractors at different supermarkets. I mean, it's amazing. Morrison's have realised that without farmers, they have no business, so they're out in support of us. Booths are in support of us. The other supermarkets, quite a small northern one, and also now Asda as well. Some of the bigger boys, the Tesco's and the Sainsbury's, they've not come out with anything yet. They really should come on board and understand that, you know, they've got no business without UK agriculture as well. I can understand they don't want to be political, but equally this you know, it's just too damaging. It's just a flawed budget, really. It was rushed through and wasn't thought out.
I mean, this is the point, though. In one sense, it's not political, is it? Because this is about food security in our country, and you know, it's about maintaining that food security from generation to generation to generation.
Yeah, you know, Britain, there's that many of us. You know, we just can't feed ourselves. You know, we do have to rely on 40% of food being imported. But if that starts to get any higher, then that makes us very, very vulnerable to the rest of the world. I mean, we all saw it in COVID, how short supply chains are, you know, and how shelves went empty then. We just need to wake up. We should have the MOD really on board with us and say, you know, never mind warships and nuclear subs and stuff. You know, we want to thrive in agricultural sector here.
Oh, well, that would be something if that were to happen. Look, Ali, really, really good to see you this morning. And, you know, as you say, without giving too much away, get a supply of eggs and flour and look forward to seeing you on the 4th of March.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's just... it just drives me mad, because where's the common sense?
I know. Well, it's when he put it that simply that his father wants to be able to hand it to him. But when he dies and leaves it to him, he gets landed with a massive tax bill that he knows he can't pay.
He can't pay.
That is terrible.
But it's the basic equation. We've said it from the beginning. Farmers are asset rich, because the land is worth a lot of money, but cash poor, because you don't sell the land, because you need the land. So why politicians have not been able to see that from the moment this was suggested.
And what's especially hurtful is that there doesn't seem to be anyone in government who's actually bothering to listen, or at least engage with them.
It's not right, is it? Anyway, I'm sure you'll have thoughts. gbnews.com/yoursay.
Still to come, should women get paid leave? And actually, not just women, but their partners too. Should they get paid leave after suffering a miscarriage? We'll be discussing that next.
Martin Daubney, weekdays from 3 p.m.
An absolute monster. It took Chloe and Sean Ing 90 minutes to reel in this gigantic 8-foot-long monster fish from Chagos fisheries in Essex. And upon weighing this enormous marine beast, it was found to have been 7 pounds heavier than the existing British record, a 143-pound catfish caught also in Essex. But as I understand it, you actually went for a Chinese meal when fate struck. Is that right?
That's correct. Yep. So I was fishing an area of Scarborough where you have to fish at a fair distance. So I cast my rods out and then we ordered a Chinese. So I got the bite at about 10 to 8 at night. And then about 20 minutes into it, my phone started ringing, the Chinese guys at the gate with my delivery. So I had to send a couple of guys off to go and get it. And then, the fight, obviously, you can't just stop the fight to go and get your Chinese. The fight went on, for about an hour and a half in total. There's no net in the world that's big enough for this fish. So we had to send out, first of all, I sent out a mate, Alex. He went out there to go and basically use what we call a sling. So that's a safe apparatus that we use to take the fish out of the water. He then went to and he turned around and he was like, we're going to need another sling. So then we sent out another friend with a sling, and these slings are 4 foot long each. So then we had the catfish wrapped up in 2 slings, and it was still slightly longer than that. And then we got to a point where we was like, now we've got to try and get it out of the water to photo, to weigh it, because obviously we knew then that it was possibly going to be a UK record.
GB News.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
It's 9:39. Now, there are calls for women and their partners to get paid bereavement leave if they have a miscarriage.
In the UK, it's estimated that 1 in 5 women have a miscarriage every year, and there's no specific leave for a pre-24-week pregnancy loss.
Earlier, we spoke to the founder of George's Law and head of public law children, Keely Lenthorne.
So at the moment, as you say, there's no paid leave at all. So the recent report published on Wednesday is a real step forward in relation to that. So the Women and Equalities Committee are calling on the government to offer 2 weeks paid leave for miscarriages before 24 weeks, which will be the same rights afforded to those who lose a baby after 24 weeks. At the moment, we're being asked to take it as sick leave. And of course, when you lose a baby, it's not sick leave. I lost George at 22 and a half weeks. He was a baby. I bathed him, I dressed him, I buried him. And for the law to say, oh, go back to work the next day, it's just not appropriate. There needs to be proper safeguards in place. And there is this lacuna in the law at the moment. There's this real gap. And I'm pleased to see that this report has found that.
Do you find in all of the work you've been doing on this subject that people simply don't, people who haven't had a miscarriage just don't understand it.
But as you say, it happens to 1 in 5 of us. And we've recently had the implementation of baby loss certificates to honour babies' lives, which is a real step forward again. So we've got these certificates to honour a baby's lives, but we've not got the support in place to then allow them parents to mourn that loss. And when you have a miscarriage, and it's horrible. You've got one hormone up here, you've got one hormone down here. And for people to say, "I'll just go back to work the next day," like we're not doing right for society. People are not doing their best jobs when they're at work miscarrying. We had midwives miscarrying, and I'm pleased to see that the NHS have now put in place a baby loss policy, and they're now allowing their employees 10 days paid leave. So if the NHS can do it, and they're the biggest employer in the UK, 7.7 million employees, and let's face it, the NHS are on their knees. If they can do it, then why can't the government implement this law? Like, more businesses are implementing pregnancy loss policies, which is great, but this needs to be made law now. We need to catch up. I have people reaching out to me all the time saying, I lost my baby yesterday at 20 weeks and my employer's saying I've got to go back to work. And we've got many people who can't afford, obviously, to take time off work. And if you're taking it off as sick leave, it then goes on your record. When you go to a new employer, you've got to explain why you've been off. Why should we have to explain this? Okay, there's this gap in the law. Employment laws need to keep up, and we need to fill that gap and have some legislation.
Do you think then that the partner of the person who's had a miscarriage, that the partner should get paid leave?
Yeah, absolutely. So at present, George's Law is trying to implement legislation that mirrors that in New Zealand. Okay, so in New Zealand, both parents get 3 days paid leave for a loss under 24 weeks. And of course, it is quite right that the partner should get it as well. Although a woman goes through the physical trauma of birth, both parents are going through the psychological and emotional trauma of this as well, and in most circumstances having to bury a child.
But there's a big difference between 3 days and 2 weeks.
Yeah, so George's Law is mirroring that of New Zealand. I'm pleased to see that the Women and Equalities Committee is saying 2 weeks. We're now waiting for the government to respond to that, and I wonder now whether the government will go somewhere in the middle and maybe go with what the NHS are doing for 10 days, which would be excellent.
Yes, someone's just messaged in, actually. I see I don't find it, saying, I'd be quite happy to pay more tax to cover this. Matthew, bereavement leave for baby deaths, yes. In a civil society, I'm happy to pay tax for this. If you've got any thoughts, gbnews.com/yoursay.
However, let me change the subject to seeking a little bit of holiday sun.
Oh, that'd be nice.
No, that's all I can think of at the moment.
Where would you go?
Well,
that'd
that's
be
what
nice.
I was trying to think. You need to go somewhere where it's hot at the moment, but isn't too far to fly.
No, you don't.
I mean, I love the Caribbean, but it's a long flight. So I was thinking Madeira.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Cyprus. What about Lanzarote and Tenerife and places like that? Are they warm at the moment? Not
Should
sure.
be.
Anyway, shall we find out? Here is the forecast for some of the top European holiday destinations.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
For anyone hoping to escape the midwinter gloom in the UK and find some sunshine, well, things are improving across the central Med, but they are deteriorating in Iberia. We've had some decent sunshine, and that continues in Spain. But for Portugal, a band of rain moves in on Sunday, and that will progress across Spain into Gibraltar during the next few days. Meanwhile, this low, which was named Storm Gabri by the Italians, is weakening, so less wind and rain for Italy, but it stays breezy in the Greek islands.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
Estelle, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
This was thought to be a Ruskin. Ruskin was a very considerable polymath, an artist as well as many other things. So, do you know why it was submitted for reappraisal? Was there a bit of a suspicion that it had been misidentified?
No, as you say, it's a service that Christie's offer. You can submit an artwork that you have, so anyone can submit it and request an estimate, and then the auction house's appraisal service allows you space as well to describe it and ask for evaluation. And Christie's sort of looked at it behind the sheet of dirty old glass and recognised a sort of Turner-esque mood and feel and ambience about it. And because there was this close relationship between Ruskin and Turner, which is fascinating, we'll come on to that shortly, but they sort of felt, well, the brushstrokes are very strong, the line is very economic, and the colour of the palette seems to be rather Turner-esque. And then they called in a specialist paper historian who confirmed that actually the paper that was used was one that Turner favoured himself. So yes, it was originally considered to be by Ruskin, but then we discovered something more magnificent. And don't forget, what's really interesting, now it's for sale. The lucky buyer is not just buying a picture. The lucky buyer is buying a life story, a relationship that actually changed the course of art history because of the relationship between Ruskin and Turner themselves.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news,
Will, please bring us up to date.
or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons,
Very, very curious.
we bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
This January, history will be made again.
Join GB News as we bring you full coverage of Donald Trump's presidential inauguration.
From the swearing-in ceremony to the celebrations, we'll be there to capture every moment that shapes the next chapter of world politics.
The best guests, live updates and unparalleled insight as Donald Trump becomes the 47th President of the United States. The inauguration Monday from 3 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Right, now the people of North Yorkshire's coastal town of Scarborough are in uproar over local seagulls who are causing mischief.
Yeah, there's been numerous complaints to the council over stealing food and even injuring people.
It's being taken very seriously. It has to be. And a new action plan has been launched.
Well, let's talk to our Yorkshire and Humber reporter, Anna Riley, who's in Scarborough for us this morning. Hi, Anna.
Good morning to you both. Yes, I'm joined here by Councillor Keane Duncan. He's the Executive Member for Highways and Transport at North Yorkshire Council, and he's been at the forefront of putting forward this gull strategy due to problems with the gulls across Scarborough and across coastal towns in North Yorkshire. Keane, just tell us some of the problems that people have been facing here with the seagulls.
Well, we're here in Scarborough, which is really the epicentre of the seagull menace that is gripping the Yorkshire coast. We've seen serious and escalating issues, tensions mounting locally, and that's why we're stepping up our action as the local council. The seagulls are very noisy, they cause a lot of nuisance, they generate a lot of mess and excrement as well, and I think of most concern, we have seen gull muggings, attacks, seagulls swooping on people and pets. 60 reports in the past 2 years alone. That number only seems to be increasing. An average adult seagull can weigh up to 1.5 kilograms, or just over 3 pounds. That's the equivalent weight of a pineapple. You clearly don't want something of that weight flying at you at speed. It can be quite a terrifying experience, and you look nationally at some of the horror stories that we've seen. It just illustrates why we need to take action as a council. We've seen a pet tortoise that was pecked to death in the garden. We've seen a Yorkshire Terrier that suffered severe head injuries, unfortunately had to be put down. We've seen a Chihuahua, actually a seagull swooping, picking up that pet, never to be seen again. And we've also seen at least one human fatality as well. A pensioner in Wales that disturbed nesting seagulls. He was attacked. He suffered a fatal heart attack. So there's some extreme examples, but they do show the risks that the birds pose. They show why we have to take action, why we need to take this problem seriously. And it does show the importance of the gull strategy, which we're developing as the local council.
Really serious problems that you've outlined there. That really puts it into perspective. What is the strategy that's being put forward, and how do you manage that it is the natural habitat of seagulls to be by the seaside?
Absolutely. The seagulls are an intrinsic part of seaside life. This is their home too, and I think experts make clear that by their nature, seagulls are not aggressive animals. During nesting season, they do defend the nest, they do defend their chicks. They need more food. They see humans as an easy way of getting that. They're opportunistic animals. We have to take responsibility because the bad behaviour that the gulls exhibit, we have taught them that. They're actually quite intelligent animals, so we have to make sure we're not feeding the birds, we're not dropping litter. Fried fish, chips, ice cream, not part of a seagull's natural diet. The chippies, the ice cream parlours here on the seafront, their loyalist customers are the seagulls because they know that's where they can easily get that food. So we have to take responsibility too. As a council, we want to try and keep the seagulls away from the seafront, away from the town centre. We're looking at artificial habitats, gull towers. How can we actually keep the birds out there on the cliff sides, limiting that interaction between humans and the birds, limiting that bad behaviour, but we have to take responsibility too.
And why is this strategy being put in place now?
Well, the issues are serious, they're escalating, we're seeing tensions locally. We have got businesses saying to us that this is impacting on tourism. We want this to be a destination that people enjoy, we want it to be a great place to live, and that's why we're taking action as a council.
It's as well because, isn't it, we're in winter now, but coming up to summer, that's when we're going to get an even bigger population of seagulls.
Of course, we're a bitterly cold day here in Scarborough. The summer season will be very soon with us. Nesting season coincides with that. Thousands of people descending on our coastal resorts. A lot more seagulls here. They're very defensive, as I've mentioned, of their chicks, of their nests. They can be prone to attack during that period of time. That's when we see the biggest problems, and that's why I want to get this strategy in place now, ready for summer, because we've seen in previous years the issues, the problems that we're seeing. We want to take action. We're stepping that up. Of course, we've got to get the balance right. The gulls, it's their home, they're protected species. The numbers of seagulls are declining. A number of species are endangered, they're at risk. We can't harm them in any way, so we have to be sensitive and we have to look creatively at what we can do as a council.
Thank you, Councillor Keane-Duncan. So, Councillor Keane-Duncan there outlining the strategy for seagulls across North Yorkshire.
Anna, thanks very much indeed.
It's a wonderful location, but it looks a bit cold this morning.
It is a bit chilly.
And as well wrapped.
She is. God love her, she'll be off for a cup of tea now. Right, Adam Cherry and Sophie Reaper are here. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, good morning. It's nice to be in the studio for someone like Anna. What was that? Did you see that?
What are you talking about?
Oh, well, busy show, it is a very busy show. Yeah, so we've got politics, we've got showbiz, we've got sport, and then also this weekend is very important because it's when people start going a bit wobbly on their New Year's resolutions. Yeah. So we might have some solutions to that. You know,
it's National Quit Day.
Quitting day. I think it's yesterday and today, the days you're most likely to bin off your New Year's resolution. So we're going to. Have you been good? Have you guys been good?
I haven't got one.
I've given in already on day 2.
What was yours?
Oh, it was dieting and you giving up alcohol and all sorts of things like that.
No, rubbish.
I've got to think of something easier than that.
You do mine.
What's yours?
Mine is 100 new films. Yeah. Classic, important films that everyone should see once in their life.
Yeah.
So I've done 6 already, and I'm enjoying it.
Oh, well, that's good, but it's a nice one to do.
As well.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
What's yours, Adam?
Just kind of be a bit more healthy and, you know, whatever. You know, just a complete cop-out,
yeah. You manage it past the 3rd of January, though.
Well, it's my birthday on the 2nd, so no.
No. Oh, there you go.
Fair enough.
No, that's true. You've ruined it all already.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Look, it's going to be a good show. We'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
Absolutely.
Lovely.
But we're going for a quick lie down.
Yes, we are. See you tomorrow.
Even though we'll see a cloudy start, it'll be a bright outlook for the rest of the day. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hi there, good morning. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. There'll be some bright spells around this weekend, even a little sunshine, but an awful lot of cloud remains, and it will feel a little colder, particularly across southern parts of the country. In fact, where we do get cloud breaks overnights, it's likely to be frosty at times this weekend, and that's the case this morning. A chill in the air and a few mist and fog patches. As we go through the day, any fog will tend to clear and some low cloud will break up. Decent sunshine breaking out across parts of North Wales, Northern England, Northern Scotland in particular, but we'll get the low cloud remaining. 3 or 4 Celsius, a few spots of drizzle, not feeling very pleasant at all. It's going to be windier towards the far northwest, but lighter winds further south, where, as we go into the evening, we keep a lot of the low cloud and mist, a few spots of drizzle. Where we do have clear skies remaining, yeah, it'll go frosty and foggy in places. Otherwise, for much of Northern Ireland, Scotland as well, it stays breezier, although out of the breeze for Northern Scotland with the clear skies, a touch of frost also possible here. So mixed conditions overnight, but the one prevailing theme is that high pressure remains nearby, so it's generally settled, mostly dry, except for northwest Scotland, parts of Northern Ireland, where we will see a few spots of rain arriving by dawn tomorrow. But tomorrow's a very mixed bag first thing, a frost in places, some fog patches, a lot of low cloud, 3 or 4 degrees where we've got the low cloud. But for northeast Scotland, northeast England, that's where the best place will be for sunshine, I think, early on and into the afternoon. Otherwise, a lot of low cloud remains right the way through the day. Some drizzle, perhaps even some snowflakes over the hills of Northern England and Wales. Feeling cold in the south, mild in the northwest, but some rain turns up later.
We'll see a cold snap, which will quickly develop into a warm front. Boxed Boiler Repairs, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Imagine on demand. Good luck. GB News Breakfast. Every day from 6 a.m.
Lauren, let's start with this, shall we? How children's TV may be harming, not helping young minds.
Yeah, so this is an article in the Express today, a big double-page spread as a result of some new research in a new book that's coming out by a child psychologist, saying that children's television, and I think perhaps more importantly, the way that children consume television and video product now is perhaps not as healthy for them as we would hope it would be. And there's quite some distance from children's television of the past, of the sort of the Bagpuss and Clangers and Ivor the Engine era. And I think what's interesting about this is particularly the how children's television is consumed angle, because children are now put in front of screens significantly more often than they were, certainly when I think we were growing up. The content that they are consuming is not great for their brains and their learning and development, which Floella Benjamin of children's television fame is now leading a big crusade to say that some of this is really, really bad for children.
These days, they're not watching the TV that we all watched when we were growing up. They're not even watching GB News in the morning.
What are they thinking?
Would you believe it? But they are watching this absolute drivel all day long on YouTube, and because obviously all our TVs are now connected to the internet, or they're getting TikTok on their TV. It's not even, so they don't even necessarily have to have smartphones or iPads. They can just watch this stuff on TV, and it is rubbish. They are watching it and they're obsessed with it. Oh God, Skibbity Toilet or something. Have you heard of this?
No.
No? Well, you'll have viewers who have got who are parents of sort of 13-year-olds, and this Skibbity Toilet thing is, they're all obsessed with it, and this is a really annoying sort of theme tune or thing that they sing at you.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Well, a very good morning to you. I'm Sophie Reaper alongside the wonderful Adam Cherry this morning.
Good morning.
Yes, this is Saturday Morning Live.
Great to have your company this morning, and as usual on Saturday Morning Live, an action-packed show today. Right, let's get to it. Because millionaires flee Britain over Labour's tax plans, prompting concerns it will damage the economy.
President-elect Donald Trump will move back into the White House on Monday after he officially becomes the 47th President of the United States. But what does this mean for the US, the UK and the rest of the world?
And you might have heard me chatting about tea last week. I got in a lot of trouble for this. We'll come to that.
You'll continue
Anyway, yes, because, well, later on we'll be joined by a professionally trained tea sommelier for a proper tea taste test. Looking forward to that one.
I'm very excited about that. And there's plenty going on in the world of TV and showbiz. The BBC have confirmed a new look presenting team for Match of the Day following the departure of Gary Lineker, and the second series of the rebooted Gladiator